Okay, our recording has started. This is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting of June 22nd, 2021. The time is 4:33 p.m. And on the call of the roll, Member Wong.
Present.
Wong present. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Neighbors present. Chair LaHood.
Present.
LaHood present. We do have a quorum. I'd just like to read an announcement. In accordance with Governor Newsom's executive order declaring a state of emergency regarding COVID-19 outbreak and Mayor London Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency, including guidance for gathering issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health Officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19 on March 17, 2020. The Board of Supervisors authorized their boards and committee meetings to convene remotely and will allow remote public comment via video conference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comment by email to Cheryl Leger, that is CHERYL.LEGER@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made part of the record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available online at sfbos.org/sunshine. As COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the task force website regularly to be updated on current situation as it affects the legislative process. Meeting decorum. Any members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of the meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. That completes my announcements. I already took roll call, as I usually do that first thing.
Yes, one last thing before we proceed. I just want to make sure, in case we have anyone on the line who is new to this format, if you wish to make a statement during general public comment or you're commenting on a matter on the agenda, when the time comes, please press *6 to unmute your telephone to speak and press *6 to mute your phone once you're done with your statement. We need to be very deliberate about this. If you leave your line unmuted, sometimes this causes background noise and it makes it difficult for other people to hear. So everyone who plans to speak today, we appreciate your participation. Mr. Young, please proceed.
Yes, item number 1 is call to order, roll call, and the part that we haven't addressed is agenda changes. I am not aware of any agenda changes at this time.
Nor am I. It looks like we have an item here. Could you address item 1A, please?
Yes, 1A, shall the Compliance Amendments Committee waive complaint procedure rules to allow more than 2 complaints to be heard in the same meeting by the same complainant? I am not sure if that applies today. Give me a moment. I'm just scrolling through. It may be an issue, yes. You did not notice the...
It looks like it may be an issue today because we have 3 anonymous on the agenda. We are not certain that these are the same 3. We are not sure that these 3 are the same person. I would like to motion that we waive this rule for this meeting. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. This is Member Wong.
Okay, so we have a motion. And any other comment, or should we open it up for public comment since we've made a motion?
You can open this up for public comment.
Okay.
Are there any members of the public who wish to provide public comment on the motion to waive the complaint procedure rules regarding allowing more than 2 complaints to be heard per complainant?
Yes, please.
Can you state your name, please?
Peter Warfield.
Okay. Ms. Warfield, you have 3 minutes. You may begin your time now.
And you tell me a 30-second warning, please. Okay. Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. with respect to combining agenda items, this can be tremendously destructive to your own understanding, especially if there are complexities and specifics that are applying to individual cases, and sometimes even if it's the same complaint, but for example, against a different department or a different person, or even at a different time, there is the question whether you are considering all of the matters and all of the people involved. So the first thing I would certainly say is you shouldn't go ahead with this unless you have heard from all of the parties involved and heard from them and considered what they have to say. Second thing is, I certainly know as a member of the public on occasions when this has happened that I have never yet seen any coherent or even non-coherent instructions or procedures with respect to how public comment is to be handled. And in fact, I haven't seen procedures about how you combine things. Are you going to go through the first one and then have public comment and then take consider what to do about it, what action to take, and then go on to the next one? Are you going to take all three in a row by, for example, taking the folks who are involved to make the complaint, giving three different complaints all at once, followed by three different responses from the respondents? None of this has been laid out, at least not the last time I looked. And as I said, it can be very confusing mentally to have to shuttle back and forth between the complaints, three complaints, and now there are three responses, and then there are questions to be asked, and so on and so forth. It can be a huge mess. And again, not only for yourselves and for your due consideration of things, but for the complainants and the respondents, and in particular, the public. So I would urge in general not to combine complaints.
30 seconds.
Thank you. In general, I would urge you not to combine complaints, certainly not without discussing it with the parties, and without giving clear statements about what you are going to expect as to how you're going to proceed in this matter. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to provide public comment on this motion?
Yes, anonymous, please.
Give me 1 second.
Before we continue, this is Member Wong.
Yes.
Is it possible for me to address the last public comment?
You know, I was going to do that, but I wanted to get through the rest of public comment first.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you.
Okay, Anonymous, you may begin your public comment on this subject.
Thank you. I don't believe that this motion has anything to do with combining anything. I believe all it is, as I am one of the parties who is at issue here, to my knowledge, nothing is being combined with anything else. My understanding is that there's a rule in the complaint procedure that allows up to 2 complaints per party, and since there's more than 2 on this agenda, they're just waiving that rule to allow all 3 to be heard. That being said, according to the complaint procedure rules, I don't actually believe you have to make this motion. I believe the procedure rules, at least that were emailed to me, say that the chair of each committee and the chair of the full task force gets to make that decision on their own. And the reason is because you kind of make that decision when setting up the agenda and ask everyone to prepare all those items before we come here and may or may not waive the rule, right? So in the future, my understanding of your rule is this motion isn't necessary, and it's the decision of each chair of a committee and chair of the full task force according to the rules as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to provide public comment on this matter?
Yes, I'd like to comment.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I believe that only applies in the case of the complaints filed by the anonymous complainant, and if the complainant or complainant singular were in fact anonymous, I don't understand how this would apply because, if the complainant or complainants were anonymous, then how would we know that this person or persons were, a singular person or multiple people? So I don't see how this is really relevant. If we are to assume that this person or persons, let's presume, for example, that they happen to have a voice that one can identify them by voice. How do we know that they're not multiple people using some sort of voice simulation technology? So I'd like to know exactly how you're identifying the anonymous complainants such that you know that this is an anonymous complainant that is one singular person, and not, different anonymous complainants. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are any other members of the public who wish to provide public comment on this matter?
Okay, thank you, everyone. To address the 3 issues that were brought up, this is not about combining file numbers. This is just waiving our rules to allow more than 2 complaints to be heard from the same person at the same time. Yes, we have 3 that are identified as submitted by anonymous. In this particular instance, we do know that those are from the same person, since that person has told us that, and also communicates with our administrator using through a consistent method. As far as is it possible that in the future we might not know that someone had multiple items on the agenda? Yes, it is true. We decided to follow this procedure at this time for an abundance of caution, and to give you all a chance to speak, which we do quite a bit. So thank you for your comments. They are appreciated. I hope that I have clarified things. Member Wong, did you have anything else to add on that, or were you going to say the same thing about not combining items?
No, you addressed my concerns.
Okay. Shall we call the vote, please?
On the motion, Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you. Please call the next item.
Next on the agenda is the approval of the May 25th, 2020 Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting minutes.
Members, I'm looking at this. Should this be 2021? I just realized that might be a typo here.
Yes.
In our agenda.
Yeah, the typo's in the agenda, but not on the minutes themselves.
So, Mr. Young, if you could make note of that. But members, do we, before we open it up to public comment, do we have any changes regarding the May 2021 minutes? Would someone like to make a motion to approve?
This is Member Wong. I'll make a motion to approve the May 2021 minutes.
Do we have a second?
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second.
Okay, let's open this up for public comment, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Give me a moment. Let me make the announcement, please. Please don't jump the gun. We are taking public comment on item number 2 regarding the approval of the May 25th, 2021 Compliance and Amendments Committee minutes. We are taking public comment. Who would like to make public comment on this matter at this time?
I would, please.
I hear Mr. Warfield. Are there any additional public commenters on this matter? Okay, Mr. Warfield, you have 3 minutes. I will give you a 30-second warning. You may begin now.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I have to say that I certainly know that all the people at Sunshine Ordinance, the staff, and certainly the members, I think are intelligent folks and want to do a good job. And in the case of the folks certainly on the task force, that you want to basically help with making open government a reality. Unfortunately, a repeated again and again, we have been silenced in a variety of ways. Having not been active with Sunshine for a number of years, we filed a complaint in the summer, and it went out as Peter Warfield versus the library. No, it was Library Users Association against the Library Commission. Then in the first couple of minutes, there was no mention of our group, which I represent, Library Users Association. We politely asked for corrections and eventually got something. But we certainly did not get what we asked for, which is when we say it, it's important that people know how to get in touch with us. They know how to get in touch with you. They know how to get in touch with the respondents. They don't necessarily know how to get in touch with us. And at a regular meeting, this would be very easy. Somebody could go up to you and say, hey, blah, blah, blah. That's why I have been increasingly repeating our contact information. And yet, over and over and over again, that information has been not only just shown once instead of at every time we comment when we started that, but incorrectly. So today, is it a game? Is it a way to thumb your nose? It's Library Users 2004 at not gmail.com. Not gmail.com. It's Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. I don't want this erroneous stuff to be out there at all, even though, frankly, I think you should not be approving this today because your agenda references it, incorrectly. But I do think this needs urgently to be fixed because to be wrong is worse than even not having it at all. Thank you.
My apologies. I forgot to give the 30-second time warning. And I noted. I am noting that it is at Yahoo, not a Gmail account.
I beg your pardon?
I just wanted to confirm that it is a Yahoo email account and not a Gmail. Is that correct?
Yes, but the key question is here, what is the body going to do about the error? Is it going to insist on fixing it immediately or what?
Mr. Warfield, thank you for your public comment. We need to give everyone time. We'll discuss all public comment at the end.
Are there any additional public commenters for the approval of the May 25th, 2021 minutes? Hearing no other commenters, I believe we can close public comment on this item.
Okay, so members, question on this. I do agree that we need to correct the email in the minutes. Two things I want to address. One is the question, do you feel comfortable approving the minutes with that correction and that they will be approved with that correction? It seems like since it is one thing, although one very important thing, I think if we make sure it's corrected approved upon correction, I would rather do that than wait another whole month to approve, if that's the only obstacle. Mr. Warfield, regarding your request that we include your contact information every time you speak, for this committee, we will not be doing that. We agreed to your request to include your contact information, which we will ensure is listed correctly on the first time you speak. We're not going to repeat it every time in the minutes. You are welcome to use your time at public comment every time you speak to restate those, but our policy is that that contact information will be provided once in the minutes. If you have other concerns about this and want to take it up with at our next full task force hearing, please feel free to, but at this time, that is how we are going to be producing the minutes. Unless members, any other comments or things you'd like to add, or should we call the vote on this?
Do I need to amend the motion to mention also upon that correction, or?
Yes.
Yes, you can amend it to be approved as amended.
Okay, that's what I would like to do then.
Okay, and does our second also agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Young, please call the vote.
On that motion, Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. The motion passes without objection. Next on the agenda is item number 3, approval of the October 27th, 2020, which should be 2021, Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting minutes.
Actually, that one is 2020. This
Okay,
was
my apologies. Let me just-
I know that confuses matters a little bit. This was an older set of minutes that there was a request for correction, and I believe that some of the corrections weren't exactly what, there were some issues with amending the minutes. Members, do we have anything else to say on this, or should we open it up for public comment and see if those who requested changes are comfortable with the minutes as they currently stand?
Yeah, I wasn't present at the meeting, so I don't believe that I can make any comments on the minutes. They're useful.
Okay. In that case, I will make a motion to approve the minutes. Do I have a second?
This is Member Wong. I will second that.
Okay. Let's open this up for public comment then.
Yes. Are there any members of the public wish to provide public comment on this matter?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, you have 3 minutes. You may proceed.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and also by mail, P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. This business of old or new minutes being approved has come up before. And my first question is basically, I had been given to understand, I think Member Yankee or Vice Chair Yankee laid out the rule that you have, which is that within 6 months, if it has not been approved by the committee in question, that it would go to the full task force. So I'm not clear what the path has been here. It sounds like it's possibly been before you previously, but it looks like an 8-month-old minutes that haven't gone before the full task force, nor have they been approved within the 6 months that I understood normally would be expected within the committee itself. So I guess it seems as though the rules that you have set up yourself are not being followed. With respect to policies about minutes, I'm certainly interested in when and how the task force decided on a policy that a person who gives information of any kind would only be allowed to have it showing up once and then no longer in the rest of that meeting. That's not clear. It's not clear to me where that policy or when that policy might have been taken up. I would like to say that I was impressed with the volume of material here, and it looked like there was a very full and lengthy discussion about many of the items in a way that I haven't seen in recent times previously. And I think I wanted to express appreciation for whoever and however that happened, because unfortunately I think that the minutes are often lacking in specificity and in fullness. And the more informative minutes are, I think the better you're doing your job for the public.
3 seconds.
And the better, thank you, and the better it is for the public as well to understand or try and understand what has happened. I'd also like to say in general that on this one as well as others, it would be very helpful to do something you've done before, which is indicate where on the audio recording the item has appeared. So for example, 2 hours and 48 minutes in is when it started and so on, or even the beginning and the end time. I think that would be very helpful for folks who are trying to follow what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public commenters on this matter?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, please proceed.
So I know for a lot of the Board of Supervisors meetings that are available, they have automated transcripts, and I don't know if such a feature could be implemented for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. That would probably be useful, and you know, certainly that way we could, for example, you know, get Mr. Warfield's contact information. Although I've noticed that those automated transcripts are not always the most accurate. In fact, they often contain a lot of errors in them. But it's better than nothing. Or also I haven't been able to figure out where the recordings of these meetings are. So I don't know if there's somewhere on the website where they are, but yes, all that would be very useful, because, you know, on Legistar, like, everything's there. You can find the transcripts, you can find the audio recordings and all that. But Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website, you just find the minutes. So if there was more documentation available, that would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public commenters on this matter?
Yes, please.
Please proceed.
One comment on item 7, last sentence, first paragraph. It says Member Wong was asked to provide a response on November 24th, 2020. I believe Member Wong was asked to provide a presentation, and she later did. I don't think there's nothing to respond to there. Thank you. I think this is the presentation on Knight First Amendment Institute versus Trump. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? There being no further public comment, I believe we can close public comment on this matter.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment to correct the part in item number 7. Yes, Member Wong was giving a report. Member Wong, is that the best way to describe? Would that be the best word to use in that place? I think so.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Report or presentation.
So was asked to make a presentation on November 24th, I think would probably be best. So I would say I'd like to approve with that amendment as second. Would you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. And before we move forward, I do want to help our speaker who had a question about where to find the audio files. If you go to sfgov.org/sunshine and you hover over meeting information, at the bottom of the drop-down, it has audio archive, full Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and audio archive for committees. I hope that's helpful. I know sometimes it is difficult to navigate these websites, and we do want to make sure that you can find the information you need. As someone who has used automated transcripts professionally, they're useful, but yes, they're only about 80% correct. I think it would require further discussion, and I also don't know whether we have the resources to do that, but we have heard your comment, and perhaps we can discuss this with the full committee. I think we're ready for the vote.
Before we vote, could you clarify that correction to item 7?
Yes, on item number 7, it says in the end of the first paragraph, it says, Member Wong was asked to provide a response on November 24th, 2020. It should be Member Wong was asked to make a presentation on November 24th, 2020.
Just one moment. That's my time limit on myself.
Okay.
On that motion, Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Thank you, everyone. Let's call the next item, please.
One moment, I'm just clarifying. And item number 4 is public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Do we have any members of the public for general public comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, you may begin.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. Also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. A number of weeks ago, in the beginning of June, we brought a complaint to your hearing at the full task force. And it had to do with the library unlawfully, basically not providing a public comment opportunity. This was overwhelmingly approved on a 9-to-1 vote, which we appreciate. And also the efforts to get some understanding during the meeting of what actually had gone on, and in particular a question that Member Dean Schmidt asked. What were some things that could be improved or that the library had done that was not good? So there's no issue with what you found, the larger group found, but I do think that the Compliance and Amendments Committee would be an appropriate spot for what I think is really urgent follow-up. If there is no clarity from the institution as to what it understands, or it thinks it needs to change, then I don't think there is much likelihood of improvement, and certainly not as an example to others. One of the reasons we brought this, and brought it so promptly, we filed our complaint the day after the commission meeting in July, was because we thought this was very significant for everybody. Incomplete and incorrect instructions, things happening during the meeting that were never mentioned in the instructions that actually were flat out wrong. You press *3 to raise your hand, but if you press it again, you're lowering your hand. Unclarity about what happens when you do press those things. The issue of access to a free access to the meeting. There were a whole range of things, many of which we documented. But I think it's really important to follow up. The library only said very vaguely that they had tech issues and never went into any specifics that I recall as to what those were or what they were doing to fix it. I think that if you don't follow up to find out what went wrong, what do they think went wrong, what needs to be done to fix it, then that decision is basically hanging in the air and is not much value to the public as to what should go on in the future and what should people aim for in the future to have a proper meeting. Thanks very much.
Are there any other members of the public for general public comment?
Yes, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This is anonymous. I wanted to agree with part of what Mr. Warfield said about the Sunshine Task Force providing some direction as to what is the right way to do something once you've found a respondent in violation, and kind of applies to all cases. Sometimes the full task force makes very precise, very specific orders of determination in its motion to find a violation. And other times they're very broad and very kind of general. You're just restating what the law says. But I think, I know as a member of the public, and I would assume also as a member, as a city employee, as a city custodian, or running a city meeting, everyone would appreciate a more detailed kind of direction as to what should people do, what is the way to comply with the law. And I think it would just save everyone time, right? Because if the full task force finds a violation and then in that motion says, well, here's what we'd like to see, and sometimes you do, but sometimes you don't, then by the time they come to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, there's if they're not willfully not complying and they want to comply but they don't know how to comply, which sometimes happens, there's a greater likelihood, right, that the member of the public has gotten whatever the law says they are owed. And, this can end at one Compliance and Amendments Committee hearing, or maybe not even requiring a Compliance and Amendments Committee hearing, because the member of the public says, yeah, no, I got whatever I wanted, everything's done. So I would strongly recommend, to improve what happens at these meetings, if any of the three of you are making a motion at the full task force, and some of you do, and it's very much appreciated, try to make it as detailed as possible, because it also shows whether or not a majority of the task force agrees with whatever resolution is being suggested in that motion. And I think that's great, not just for the member of the public who brought the complaint, the city employees, so they know what to do and they don't feel like, well, we don't know how to fix this, and for future members of the public to know what they expect when they read through orders of determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public for general public comment? Hearing none, I believe we can close general public comment at this time.
Thank you. Let's call the next item.
Yes, next on the agenda is item number 5. Complaint filed by Stephen Malloy against the Department of Human Resources for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 and 67.25 by failing to respond to requests for public records in a timely and or complete manner. This matter was heard by this committee on May 25th, and I believe instructions were provided at that time.
That is correct. Is Mr. Malloy here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and is Mr. Wazinski or someone else from the department here?
Hello, this is Mr. Wazinski. Sorry, it took me a moment to unmute.
That's why we waited. We know sometimes it takes a little while. Thank you both for being here. I know that we had asked the Department of Human Resources to review the documents that had already been presented to Mr. Malloy, including the redactions, which were initially made on the basis of attorney-client privilege, but we wanted justification for those redactions and to have unnecessary redactions removed on header fields, including but not limited to from, date, and time stamps. And we also requested, and Mr. Wazinski said that he would do a complete new search to see if there were any additional responsive records, because we were concerned that the initial search had not been complete because of other issues that were going on early when Mr. Malloy filed his request. So I'd like to know what happened here. So Mr. Malloy, did you receive any new documents or any updates from Mr. Wazinski?
Not yet. Mr. Wazinski did communicate with me prior, leading into my response today, that he's in the process and has questions about that.
Okay, Mr. Wazinski, can you tell us what is going on here, and can you explain the delay? We were hoping to be able to review this at this committee meeting, but it sounds like we might have to push it out to another meeting. But we'd like to know the reason that this is taking longer than we expected, because I tell us what's going on.
Absolutely. Thank you, first of all. Secondly, the reason it's still under process is given the ruling that was in the last May's Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting, I reached out to the rest of the, DHR Public Records team, as well as our representative from the City Attorney's Office, to kind of go through the findings and, have a better understanding with what that means for us. And it took a while to get that meeting scheduled, given given the scheduling conflicts that I had with our city attorney representative, as well as other officials in DHR. So that being said, I was able to meet with them very recently, and got kind of like some advice on and decisions on the way we are going to approach this decision. So first of all, I would like to say that I have now started that additional search for documents. And I recently commented in an email that Mr. Malloy sent out to me, as well as the SOTF, about certain phrases in certain emails that had already been disclosed about references to other documents. So I'm hoping to get a response from him on that. And as to the ruling with the headers, after my meeting, this is what I have been advised, is that notwithstanding the SOTF's ruling, DHR will not waive its rights to withhold privileged documents for several reasons. The first of these is there is no privilege law requirement under public records laws, and requiring the disclosure of the header information, as discussed, within each document that we have deemed as a privileged attorney-client document is effectively requiring DHR to create a privilege law. Secondly, if a document is privileged, then the privilege does cover the entire document. And third, the disclosure of these details to, from, date, time, the length of the redacted text, any of those things, they may well undermine the purpose and the privilege. This would allow the recipient to use that information in combination with other non-privileged information to ascertain the subject of the privileged communication.
Member Neighbors, did you have a comment on this?
I'm really, I guess I would just be honest and say I find that frustrating, because we've gone many times in this committee and in the whole group to be very clear on why record holders are compelled to release that information as metadata, and I'm surprised to hear that we're going to have to consider, or that we're going to have to continue that conversation again. Is that a blanket response that you're giving us for the privilege doc, for every privileged document that is still in question? That will be the treatment of it, Mr. Wazinski?
I did not receive advice on whether that's a blanket statement for all of the cases. Just in this particular instance, that was the response I was advised to provide.
Will it be your policy moving forward for future requests as well?
In the instance that the request would mirror the circumstances of this, I don't see that would change.
That's good to know. Okay.
So I'm a little concerned, and Mr. Wazinski, I do appreciate you being here, and I know Mr. Malloy would like to get the information he is requesting. this is something that has come up with this committee and with the task force before, is what does attorney-client privilege mean, and what does it cover and what does it not cover? Committee members, I see two paths here. We could either just give Mr. Wyszynski more time and wait, and say we'll review what he presents, which we request that he brings to us before, and to Mr. Malloy before our next committee hearing. Or given that he's saying that his department does not want to comply with some of what we're requesting, I'm wondering if we should just refer this back to the full task force. Obviously, this will not get on the agenda for the next full task force hearing, which would be at the beginning of July, but I think it's possible we could get on for the beginning of August, which would just be a week after what would be our next committee meeting. I would also like to, and this is something that I discussed with Chair Wolf, I think I had requested that we do some research and a presentation on how we should be interpreting attorney-client privilege. And I'm thinking that we would have time to do that research before our next committee meeting so that we could do a presentation on it at the August task force hearing in advance of this case being heard before the full task force. What do you think of that? As because I'm trying to figure out. I know Mr. Malloy. Mr. Malloy has come to the full task force and to our committee hearings many times, and I would like to resolve his case. And what members? What do you think of that, or do you have any alternative suggestions?
I agree that Mr. Malloy has spent so much time and has gone over the same ground for us at full committee the full task force in the committee. And I mean, it does sound like if we were to bump this forward and bring back those records, it sounds definitive to me. And Mr. Wyszynski is saying it's definitive. We know at that point we are going to need to move it back to the full task force. So I think we might as well not waste anyone's time, including Mr. Wyszynski's time, and bring it back and do that. And I absolutely get that presentation first and really try to get this nailed down, because it keeps coming up, not just in this case, but in many cases.
Exactly. I'm even thinking, and perhaps Mr. Young can help us with this, maybe we need to actually do both. Would it be possible for us to schedule this for our next committee meeting, just so, because I know the full task force wants us to review things before they're moved forward, and then also request that it be put on the agenda for the August committee hearing, or would that not be possible?
Generally, we can only have a file in one location at a time.
Okay.
We can anticipate it getting referred out, but it can only live in one place at a time.
Okay. In that case, I am just going to look at the calendar quickly. Committee members, what do you think? Do you think we should hear this again, or do you think we should try to push it to the full task force? And then if needed, we could, if the full task force doesn't want to hear it before we hear it again, that we will take it up in our next meeting.
My instinct, this is member Wong, my instinct is for us to hear it again in our committee.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to hear, Mr. Malloy, do you have any other, is there anything else that you would like to hear from us or from Mr. Wazinski, or is the prospect of seeing what he's able to return at our next committee meeting and then evaluating at that point what we need to do? Does that make sense for you?
It does. My only feedback is that what I'm hearing Mr. Wazinski say, what I'm hearing the city say, is they are going to defy the ordinance. And that even though the ordinance is specific, and I understand from my communications with Mr. Wolf's staff that your attorney met with you last time when this question came up and confirmed that Mr. Wazinski and DHR, any city agency, has to follow the ordinance. And so the ordinance is not asking for redacted information. The ordinance is asking for specific information as defined within 67 that compels the city to release, separate from the redaction under the California law. And so they're openly defining, as I've requested before, and you'll go through your administrative process like this to go to that next step of the ordinance, which is where the district attorney sues Mr. Wazinski and his staff to compel them to release the records. Because the reason, and the member that just spoke had spoken to this in your last meeting, those records are not during the era of attorney-client privilege. Those records go back to when reasons in October of 2018. They precede any attorney-client privilege, and therefore they are to be fully released. The reason that they are not releasing them is 6727, which is they indict city officials for violating the law against me as a black man, a gay man, a protected veteran, for discriminatory practices. And that is misconduct, and that is also part of your enforcement protocol. Mm-hmm. And so that's what the issue is, which is why he's defying you, is because he's learned enough now to know that he has in his possession from Mickey Callahan and other DHR officials misconduct against the law. That's what this is all about. Yeah. Which is a beautiful thing as to why we have the ordinance. I'll say this and be quiet. It's the beautiful reason why the citizens came together and established a higher level of transparency for the release of public documents, particularly when they indict wrongdoing by city officials. That's why we're all here. So I'll let you continue with your process, but I would ask again that the end game in all of this is that the city attorney, my request, compels DHR to follow the ordinance and release the records as the ordinance requires. Not what they just want to do, which is to sit in an office and say, well, we think this. That's not the issue. The issue is the law.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy.
I appreciate that. The issue is the equal application of the law for me, particularly as a minority citizen, that you give to every other citizen who in this city is a dominant white culture. Give me the same treatment that you give everybody else. Don't treat me unequally, which is what's happening right now.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy. We appreciate your comments. Mr. Wazinski, here's what I ask. We understand that that you said that there were some delays in meeting with some of the people you needed to meet with, that you are in the process of doing the additional document review that we requested. It sounds like you intend to not comply with part of our request, but since you have not yet not complied, I would like to urge you to reconsider that. I'm going to read again what our request is, and I would like to repeat my motion from last time. We are making a motion that is a repetition of our what we decided at our last meeting, requesting that the Department of Human Resources review the documents it has presented, including redactions, on the basis of attorney-client privilege, to justify those redactions and to remove unnecessary redactions on header fields, including but not limited to, and this should be repeated, to, from, date, and timestamps, and complete a new search to locate additional responsive records. The committee again requests that the matter be continued to the next Compliance and Amendment Committee hearing for monitoring. And I will say, if we don't receive documents, or if we don't receive a response to this request at our next committee hearing, we'll escalate it to the full task force regardless. Mr. Young, that was very long, but that is my motion. Do we have a second?
This is Member Neighbors. I second.
Members, do we have any additional comments, or should we open this up for public comment?
Give me one moment.
Mm-hmm.
Give me one moment. I'm just trying to make sure I get that. I'm pulling it from the last set of meeting minutes. One moment, please. One moment, please. Okay, I believe the motion is to continue the matter to the next meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee with a request to comply with the previous requests listed in the May 25th meeting.
That is correct.
So on that motion, that was moved by Chair LaHood, seconded by Member Neighbors. Is there any public comment on this motion at this time?
Yes, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous. While I understand why you want to continue this to the next hearing, you have been explicitly told by the respondents that they will not comply. They can give you whatever reason they want to, but they're not going to comply. And for that reason, I think you should send it to the full task force. I said this at the last meeting of this committee. You are the forcing function, and agencies don't do anything until you force them to. And so it has been the case, at least I can say with experience, that the last time I had a respondent come here and explicitly tell you, well, you know, our legal advice says don't give it to him anyway, you send it immediately to the full task force, and the full task force immediately sent it to the ethics commission when that happened. So they have told you they won't comply. I don't think it matters what else they're going to do. Also, they made 3 legal arguments about why they won't comply. And the first one, even if you agree with the second and third, which I'm not saying are right, but even if you agree with the second and third, the first one is definitely wrong. You did not ask them to make a record. They put in the packet a almost completely blacked out page, and you told them to remove the first basically 4 or 5 lines of redactions. That's not a creation of a record. That is simply you requiring minimum redaction under 6726. And they may disagree that that part can be released, and they may claim that that part is still attorney-client privileged, but you're definitely not asking them to make a privilege log, which is like a table of all the subject lines of all the privileged emails. You're just asking them to remove certain redactions to comply with 6726. So I still think you are the forcing function, and you should send it to the full task force and put, basically turn the screws on them until they comply. It does sometimes work. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this motion?
Yes, please.
Please proceed.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Excuse me. First of all, I'd like to agree with the comments of Anonymous. Second, I'd like to reinforce it even further and say that I think that strict enforcement, generally speaking, at the task force is what gets compliance with the law, and not basically pussyfooting around, especially when there has been clarity about the violation to date and/or, and certainly when it's a statement from the respondent that they're not going to comply. Furthermore, I would add that I don't see any harm in sending it to the full task force. Sending it to the full task force does not prevent the respondent from complying with what you are asking them to comply with. As Anonymous said, it just merely puts more pressure on them to do it sooner and quicker and basically show good faith in, or a level of good faith anyway, under pressure to comply with the law and with your understanding of the law. So by all means, I think you should send it to the full task force. I would further add that in general, while it's understandable that you might want to get results and results for the public, and while in general, in some circumstances, negotiation and discussion is a good way to go about things, I think when it's a matter of a violation of the law, that negotiations are sometimes counterproductive. In fact, very often, and if not always, the law says something, you view that as being correct, insist on it happening. I also know that in general, the task force is very concerned about too many complaints, more complaints and more complaints. I think you would have a lot fewer complaints. I think you would have a lot fewer complaints if you would be strict with your enforcement and people would know that if they're going to violate the law and there's any chance of them coming before this body, that law will be enforced. No questions asked. Thank you very much. And I would say we're not connected to this complaint in any way. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public for public comment?
Sullivan.
Go ahead, please proceed.
I think instead of just thinking that he's not going to comply or asking him, you can ask him directly whether he's going to comply or not and get a yes or no question. Failing a yes that he will comply, I think you should just send it directly to the full task force.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public for public comment? Is that another speaker?
No, it's the chair.
Okay, I just heard the buzz.
Mr. Young, I have a question for you that I think might help us here. I'm looking at the calendar. Our next Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, July 27th. The next task force meeting, full task force meeting after that would be Wednesday, August 4th. Technically speaking, if we made a decision on the 27th, and as I said, I don't think it would be possible for us to get on the agenda for, well, actually it is more than a week out. The next full task force hearing from today is Wednesday, July 7th, which is actually more than a week out.
That is questionable because I cannot really set the full task force agenda. It's at the discretion of Chair Wolf if he wants to push it that quickly. And then we do provide notice of hearings about 10 to 14 days prior to the meeting. So I would not be able to provide a concrete answer unless all parties, as in the chairs, agree to it in advance.
Right. So the next possible time that this could be heard would be the 27th, July 27th at our next hearing. But the next possible task force meeting that it could be heard at would be August 4th.
I defer to you on that. I don't have a calendar in front of me. I don't normally track the committee regular hearing dates myself.
Yeah.
But if you are in agreement with the chair and the chair agrees to that, we could possibly schedule at both bodies in anticipation.
Member Neighbors, I see you have a hand raised.
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Young just answered my question. My concern was that if we waited till the 27th, would we then be in a situation where we were too late to get it on for the 4th, noticing everyone, and then we would be again delaying till the next full task force. But it sounds like what you're saying is that we would, in the interim, get the agreement between Chair LaHood and Chair Wolf that there could be almost like a placeholder on the next full task force should the case return to us as a committee, and then we want it heard on the 4th. Is that right? Because there's not much time in between the 27th and the 4th, right?
Yeah.
Not enough time for notice, not enough time to let, for the 14 days, and that wouldn't really work unless there was prior agreement. And even that is a little iffy in terms of letting the complainant and respondent know what to expect.
Right. I guess so we've heard members of the public who don't think that we should hear it again in our own committee. They think we should send it straight to the task force. Member Neighbors, are you leaning in that direction, or do you think that we should hear it again here?
My inclination is to send it straight to the task force. It sounds like Mr. Wazinski is very definitive in what he's saying. It doesn't sound like he has even room within his own decision-making power to change according to what we're asking him to do in terms of compliance with the law. So it doesn't seem to me like a good use of everyone's time necessarily, given that it will then, it seems inevitable if we hear it at our next meeting that it could be months before it becomes, for at least a couple of months before it comes to the full task force.
Okay, I was going to say I'm going to amend my motion, and I would amend the motion to request that request everything else that we requested in our previous motion at our last hearing, but with the knowledge that with a recommendation that this be heard before the full task force. So I'm not saying stop action on producing the documents. We still want the documents produced. We still want unnecessary redactions removed, and we still want a complete new search to locate additional responsive records. But instead of bringing that here, we're going to anything that is received, we will consider at a hearing at the full task force, or we will recommend that be considered at a hearing of the full task force. There is always the chance that the chair will say, no, it has to go back to committee. So I guess my motion is that we request that the full task force hear whatever we are able to gather regarding this case before it's scheduled for a full task force hearing. Mr. Young, was that clear or too convoluted?
Are we sending this to the task force for hearing? That's the question.
Yes, we would like to send this to the task force for hearing and maintain a request that the Department of Human Resources review the documents as presented and everything else stated.
I believe the motion is amended to refer the matter to the SOTF.
Yes.
I'm typing as we go for hearing and requests compliance with the previous requested requests for documents. And it is listed. I have listed your motion from the previous meeting in last month.
Yes, and I can't recall who was the second on this motion?
That was Member Neighbors.
Do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comment from committee members on this? Do we need to reopen this for public comment since we've made an amendment?
I don't believe the amendment is significant. It's just changing it from being continued to the call of the chair to referring it to the SOTF, which was addressed by the majority of the members of the public, but it's at your discretion.
I think we've heard everyone's concerns, and I actually don't think I don't think we need to for this particular case, and we will be we will make sure that everyone gets heard in public comment on everything else on the agenda. Let's call the vote.
On that motion to refer to the SOTF with a request to comply with previous requests. On that motion, Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. The motion passes without objection. Next on the agenda is, give me one moment.
And thank you, everyone who appeared for the last item. We appreciate your participation.
Okay, next is item number 6. Complaint filed by Anonymous against Chief William Scott and Lieutenant Andrew Cox and the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 6721, 25, 26, and 27 by failing to provide assistance in a timely and or complete manner, by failing to provide timely or complete response to a records request, by failing to provide rolling response, by failing to withhold minimal portions of public record, and by failing to provide written justification for withholding. This was heard by the CAC on December 22nd. The task force, sorry, I'm just reading it as I go.
Mm-hmm.
On April 7th, the task force moved to find a violation of 67.26 by failing to key footnotes. Chair Wolf requested that the committee monitor compliance and requested the police department to notify the SOTF when changes of police department policy occurred to comply with SB 1421.
Yeah, one other thing I want to note on this is that for this particular case, the department acknowledged that the response wasn't timely, but they needed more time because of the complexity and volume of the request, and they said that that redacted documents would be provided on a rolling basis due to staff time availability. So that is one of the questions we do want answered today is, have documents arrived at least on a rolling basis? Are both parties here today?
Anonymous is present.
And do we have someone from the police department? If you're having trouble unmuting yourself, you just need to press *6. Do we have anyone here from the police department today?
If it's helpful, sorry.
Is there someone
Hi,
from the police department?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm having a little issues. Sergeant Victoria Sullivan.
Sergeant Sullivan, thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. I am going to ask Anonymous first. Have you received any additional documents on a rolling basis?
No, nothing has been produced since your order or decision. However, I believe that's somewhat to be expected. So I'm not asking you to do something about that right now, other than all I'm asking you to do is direct them to start the rolling response. Thank you.
Okay. Sergeant Sullivan, can you tell me what your understanding of what kind of progress has been made, or will you be providing redacted documents on a rolling basis soon?
So in front of me, I have the response that was given to you that was dated June 18th. And I was under the impression, based on what it says in this letter, it says that the SFPD is in the process of revising the productions to include an overly exempt code to each associated redaction to all previously produced records in response to the SB 1421 records request. The process is ongoing, and then once it's completed, those records are posted on the website. So I I'm not sure if it actually goes to the requester or it just gets posted on our website.
I'd like to ask Anonymous. Anonymous, are you asking for the documents to be sent to you directly, or would you be satisfied if you were told they are available now on the website?
As long as they give me an exact URL, and that URL does not require login, terms of service, copyright license agreement, or anything else not allowed under Sierra Club versus Superior Court, that's totally fine with me. By the way, this letter has never come to me. And this is one of the problems. Sometimes they send you guys letter, and I've never seen this letter of June 18th. So, yeah.
Okay, so Sergeant Sullivan, as compliance, it sounds like you have a plan to comply with this. Is it the intention of the department to reach out to Anonymous and say the documents are now available? Here's the URL where you can find them. What was your intention once those requested documents are available online?
You know, to tell you the truth, I don't know specifically that answer. I do know that it does get published on a public archive portal that you don't need any type of sign-in, but I do not know the answer, and I don't want to give you the wrong answer regarding if it gets sent directly to Anonymous.
Okay. Do you have an estimate for when, I understand it's a rolling basis, but do you have an estimate for when those might be available on the public portal, which does not require a login? Are you talking the end of the month or August? Do you have any idea when those will be available?
No, I do not know when it's available because I just know that it's like an ongoing process, and I don't know. So I'm sorry. I don't know when there's a time frame because I know there was quite a few productions put up on that website without the exemption codes, and so they are in the process of going back and do with our staffing shortages. I don't think they can give you a time frame.
Okay, let me ask Anonymous. It sounds like this might be more detailed than you had previously received regarding your request. Is that correct, or is this information that you already knew?
This is not information I knew. This, the fact that they were actually, I'm not. I haven't read this letter. I'm not sure if she's saying they have started doing the rolling response of reissuing the SB 1421 documents with the redaction justifications, or they're saying they have a plan to start doing that at some point. It's not clear, but neither of those things were things anyone told me. So.
Okay, Sergeant Sullivan, is this happening, or is there a plan to make it happen?
No, it is happening.
Okay, that's good news. So, Anonymous, my question to you at this point is, it sounds like things are happening. We don't have a specific date when your specific requested documents will be available online. Would you accept us requesting an update at our next committee hearing?
I mean, I don't actually know if it's actually useful to come back in 1 month. Maybe 2 months is better because there's quite a few SB 1421 documents that were the subject of my complaint, and it will probably take some time to go through them. So I'm not sure if you really need like multiple months of hearings. The key point that matters is that at some point, once they've given some substance, like some, let's say maybe 2 or 3 of those sets of old police misconduct files are reproduced, for this committee to actually review what they're doing with their actions. Because as I've stated in my written response for this hearing, I don't believe they are actually complying with the specific rule in 6726, and it would be better for them if they know about that sooner rather than having to do something 3 times. So that's just my suggestion to you. It's better for everyone if they do it right now the second time. So.
Okay, committee members, I've asked several questions. Do you have any questions for the petitioner or the respondent in this case? I am thinking that it does make sense, since this is in progress, that perhaps I think it would make sense for us to wait a couple of months before we review this again. And Sergeant Sullivan, my question to you would be, at some point in before we schedule this again on our agenda, would you be able to send both Anonymous and our committee links to some of the requested documents when they have been uploaded, so that we are able to review them in advance of scheduling this for compliance review?
Yes. You just want the link that that you could go to the portal and check the records. Is that correct?
Yes, I think if it is possible, we are asking for a link to the place, not only a link to the portal that, you know, this is the portal where you get everything, but if it's possible, and I don't know based on your previous answers whether you're able to answer this question, if it is possible to send us links to specific documents in the portal or to specific locations where, and members, am I describing this correctly, or is there a better way to describe what I'm asking for?
No, I do know what you're talking
about. The specific URL?
Yes. If it's possible to give us a specific URL to the specific documents that have been requested, so that we can see how the redaction and notation is being done on these documents.
Okay, so I have the link in front of me, I mean, on this response, and I don't know where that link would take me. I think it takes you to the 1421, and then it'll take you to different cases or productions. So I'm pretty, but I don't want to misspeak, but I can ask Lieutenant Wallen, who's in charge of the SB 1421 portal, and I can have like Lieutenant Para get back to you regarding all that.
It sounds like
if I clarify something?
Anonymous, go ahead.
So this might make it easier for SFPD. So, because I don't know if this sergeant is the one that normally deals with these complaints, but I think she's not. But there is a series of the oldest SB 1421 records from 2019, I believe, and it's those links that I need, because I can't, and the committee can't, see what you were doing after my complaint was filed. It's about those records at that time and reproducing those ones. What you do after that, you know, it's not the subject of this complaint. So that's the ones that I assume the committee needs, the links to those old 2019 SB 1421 records being reproduced. Thanks.
So
I do not know the answer.
Please go ahead.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I do not know the answer to that, because you're asking for the ones that were released in 2019, and you still want to see those old records to compare it to the new one. Is that correct?
I believe we want to see how the redactions are notated in those old records. Member Neighbors, is that what we're looking for? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so here's my what I would request then, or if just someone else wants to, does anyone else want to make a motion on this? Okay, I'll do one more. I'd like to make a motion that we ask the police department and those involved in responding to this records request, when the documents that were requested are available in the new portal, that URLs of those documents be sent to this committee and to Anonymous, so that we can review how the redactions are being annotated in the new system. At some point in the next few months, we will request a review of that by this committee, but we're not planning to schedule that for our next immediate Compliance and Amendments Committee hearing. Do we have a second on that?
I second that. This is Member Neighbors. I second.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other comment, or should we open this up for public comment? Okay, Mr. Young, we are ready for public comment.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify the motion. Motion is to continue the matter to the call of the chair. Requests and the committee requests links to the portal documents, specific URL once reference redacted documents are uploaded and available online. Is that acceptable?
Yes, and when you say to the call of the chair, it means the fact that we will schedule it at some future date is my prerogative.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, are there any members of the public who wish to provide comment on this motion? Again, if you are on the line and muted, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. This is second call for members of the public to provide public comment on this motion. I am not hearing any response. I don't see anybody else who is muted, and everyone else's microphone is live except for one person. So I believe there's no public comment on this matter.
Okay, it is possible. It happens sometimes, but just last call. If you need to unmute yourself, it's *6. But if there's no public comment, that's okay. We have lots of other things to discuss today. I think we can close public comment.
Okay, on the motion for this matter, Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Sergeant Sullivan. Please call the next item.
Next on the agenda is, item number 7, complaint filed by Anonymous against Chief William Scott, Lieutenant Andrew Cox, and the Police Department for violating Administrative Code Section 67.25, 26, and 27 by failing to respond to immediate disclosure requests in a timely and or complete manner, failing to justify withholdings of records, and failing to maintain proper G calendar. The task force found a violation on this matter on October 7th, 2020. And it was referred to the Compliance Amendments Committee for review.
Okay, I believe we have Anonymous here. Sergeant Sullivan, will you be representing the police department on this item as well?
Yes.
Okay. As our administrator said, the last action on this was with the full task force, and we are here to regarding compliance. Anonymous, can you give us an update on what you have or have not received since that hearing?
Thank you. But actually, I need to correct what the administrator said is not correct. So This is now the third hearing after you ruled a violation. So the summary is, in September 2020, you issued an order of determination finding 3 violations. Then you already reviewed this at the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Lieutenant Cox told you explicitly they would not comply. You sent it back to the full task force. The full task force in October found willful violation or official misconduct and referred Chief Scott to the Ethics Commission. And then Chief Scott changed his mind, and it's now back. Although Ethics is also considering it, it is now back here because they have decided to, what I think is partially comply. So may I describe what that partial compliance is?
Yes, please describe the partial compliance.
Sure. So it is on page 8, P863, which is page 81 of your PDF. So I just told you what happened in those first few paragraphs. And so you had found 3 violations, 6725, which doesn't matter, 6726 for withholding all future calendars instead of providing them with minimal redactions, and 6727, which no longer matters. So they changed their mind now twice, and they said they will provide some portions of the future calendars. And the question for the committee is whether or not what they're providing is minimal withholding as required by law. And so they have decided to go a similar path as the mayor did. And I think all of you were on the committee at the time the mayor's future calendar partial production came here. And if you look at the next page, P864, the bullet list at the top is what they're redacting, not what they're providing, but what they're redacting. So they're redacting some of the subject line, some of the attendees and the invitees, all of the start and end times and dates, all recurrence information, and some locations. And the mayor, for just as a comparison, she withholds the future dates and times, but then provides the weeks of each event, so you have some kind of approximate information about when the events would occur. And so my argument is this does not comply with minimal redaction because at least the subject lines and attendee invitee information, as discussed at the mayor's one, does not constitute a, quote, security procedure. And therefore, that stuff definitely should be fully provided. And I'm taking a kind of a compromise approach. I think, considering your argument with the mayor at the last committee, I would say that the dates and times when Chief Scott is taking a virtual meeting or a phone call, or that he's in the SFPD itself, those ones should be provided because that's not really a meaningful security or risk to his security procedures. So even though I can understand why they would withhold the dates and times when he's, say, out and about, or say, you know, out in public or at some other event, the portions when literally the meeting says Zoom call or phone call, there's no reason that providing the dates and times of those kinds of events would endanger in any way the security procedures of the SFPD. So that is my argument, and I would ask that you refer the matter back to the full SOTF with a recommendation that Chief Scott's redaction of any subject lines for any future meetings, any attendees or invitees for any future meetings, and the subset of dates, times, locations, and recurrences of future meetings that are phone calls, virtual meetings, or in City Hall or SFPD buildings does not constitute minimum withholding under SFAC 6726. And if you can, schedule it with 19103 since they're very similar topics against 2 different people. Thank you.
Thank you for the summary and for the clarification on that. Yes, we have a couple of things that are similar. And I do think as a task force, we want to ask all department heads to comply with this in uniform fashion. Sergeant Sullivan, are you able to add any additional comment on what Chief Scott has been doing or plans to do, or are there any updates on how the department will be handling Prop G calendars?
So I was told that the city attorney's office response is due to security concerns. We will continue to withhold the location, time, and specific date of each meeting.
So date, time, specific
location, I'm sorry. Location, time, and specific date.
Okay. Specific date. Can you respond to the comments about meetings that are either virtual meetings or phone calls that would be handled either from City Hall or a police department office or other city building?
The only thing that I can say about that is I don't think that was his specific request. So if he wanted to update a request and say, can you just give me the chief's calendar for, I don't know if they would take that into consideration, because what I got here from the city attorney just said pertaining to future meetings that they weren't going to be doing that. But I think it was the request was for the calendar, so it wasn't like specifically, just the virtual meetings that he's at the police department. So I don't know if that has been brought to the city attorney.
Yes, I see one of member Neighbors has a question. Just to clarify, I don't think it was a request specifically for virtual meetings, but that it seems that there would not be a reason to mask the location of meetings that would be happening either at City Hall or the police department, which have very high security, just as a matter of course.
I see. I guess I just have to see what the city attorney's office told us, so.
Okay.
I guess that's it.
We appreciate your response. Member Neighbors, you had a question.
Thanks. Sergeant Sullivan, I'm sorry if I missed this when you were speaking. I hear you saying that decision is to continue with these redactions of date, time, and location. What about attendees and invitees for future meetings? Is there going to be a change in the treatment of those? Or
if you give me a second, let me just read this little blurb I have here.
Okay.
So it says in this, that following that evaluation, we have concluded that in most circumstances, the city attorney may safely and legally disclose certain information about his future meetings, including the subject matter of the meeting and the attendees, if the information is recorded in the calendar and it's the week during which the meeting will occur.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so those will be released then. Okay.
That's what it is, yeah.
Okay. Member Wong, do you have any questions or things you'd like to know?
Nothing in specific, just reading over some of the documents now.
May I show what I'm talking about just in the record? This is anonymous.
Sure. Give us an example.
Sure. So page number. So I'll show you an example for each of the things I'm saying. And I understand that the sergeant who's here may not be the one most familiar, so she may not know why I'm talking about this, but it's P868. You'll see they tell me that it's a Microsoft Teams meeting. I didn't, like, they do unredact that, but then they don't say when the Teams meeting will start or end. And to me, that this doesn't make any sense. I understand not giving me the hyperlink into the Teams meeting. There's, that's the security issue, but not telling me when they're going to have a Teams meeting, that's one example. Then if you scroll down to, I'm going to show you the attendees and the subject matter stuff as well. Let me find an example. For example, P879, there's a Justice Executive Council meeting something via Teams. It doesn't make any sense that the word in the subject line there would affect his security. Same with P881. Oh, and then you guys just chopped it off. But there is a specific example, and I'm not sure why you guys chopped off the rest of these pages, but there is an example where the attendee names have been removed. And it seems like she's saying they shouldn't be. And maybe this is a further change, but when they provided me these documents, which was their second change of heart, they did redact those attendee names. So.
Sergeant Sullivan, could you respond to that? Is it perhaps because the department was changing its policy on how to respond? Is the plan going forward to include subject matter and attendee names for all meetings?
Yes, but I think it says if that information is recorded in his calendar and the week during which the meeting will occur. So maybe these things weren't. I don't know. I don't know when they released it to him, when he received it, and when the meeting was supposed to occur.
Anonymous, if it's possible that the policy changed between the time you received these and today, do you think that you need a new version of the calendar items that you requested, or do you just Is that what you're asking for at this point, or do you just want to be assurance that of what the policy is going forward?
Well, what you said at your last time you reviewed it is you guys were just reviewing what was going forward, and the reason is because the calendar dates are never in the future by the time you review compliance, right?
Right.
So what happens is then they're willing to give everything, right? So it doesn't really review compliance. So, yeah. Okay.
Well, committee members, it sounds like we have verified that subject lines and attendee info and the week during which events are being occurred is being provided. It sounds like, and I took note on this, that what is still being withheld is location, time, and specific date. We don't have full clarity on whether date, time, and specific date is also being applied to virtual meetings, phone calls, and meetings happening in City Hall or police department property. Committee members, what do you propose that we do at this point, knowing that those things are still being withheld?
This is Member Wong. So the ordinance specifically calls out, time and location. These are the two of the most important pieces of information for these meetings, for records requests. And so, I don't know, I'm inclined to escalate. It doesn't seem...
Although, here's another thought, though. If it is a virtual meeting, perhaps location doesn't matter, but we do need to know that it's a virtual meeting or a phone call, because we all schedule virtual meetings, and when everyone was stuck at home, it probably meant you were doing it from home. But in theory, these days, it means it does not matter where you are. But it would be useful to know whether the meeting is a phone call or happening virtually as opposed to in a specific location. Do we? And in fact, one might, if you know that you're having a phone call, you might not know where you plan to be when you are making that phone call or receiving that phone call. So perhaps a location would not be calendared at all.
Yeah, I guess I feel like that's not for us to speculate on. I think it just needs to be provided. So.
Who would like to make a motion?
So this is Member Wong again. I always forget what our options for escalation are. I feel like we end up in this situation, or have before, where we can refer this to the ethics committee or commission.
Well, the most important thing to remember is that we actually don't refer it to ethics. We refer it back to the full task force with possible recommendations for escalation. So we can include those. Regardless, though, the full task force would have to decide whether those things happen or additional things happen, or some other combination of things would happen. Member Neighbors, please go ahead.
In terms of recommending escalation, and I agree with Member Wong. This is where we always get a little bit stymied, like figuring out who that should be among our options and what's the most effective. Are there previous, I know I'm always asking for history, but are there previous lessons learned about escalation when it comes specifically to the police department that might be useful for us to think about here?
I'm not sure. One thing that I think is interesting and useful to note here is that there has been some back and forth. You know, that initially there was opposition, but then there were some concessions. And, you know, I'm sure that Anonymous, like anyone who files a records request would like, you know, relief sooner rather than later. And progress has been made here, but it seems as though there's still some opposition to providing information that we don't view as having a true, there doesn't seem to be a security reason for security exemption, especially, especially if we're talking about virtual meetings. Member Neighbors, I see your hand up again.
Oh, well, I'm concerned if we continue to kind of let that, as particularly to not call out the justification of security. In this case, I mean, we're seeing that is a trend for justifications in the mayor's calendar. It's a trend for justifications here. I think it could become a widespread trend for lots of folks. And I'm not confident that it's being used ethically because we don't know what's behind that justification. You know, we don't know what the information is that's being redacted. We've discussed this before, you know. But so I think, you know, I do see progress, and I do see some concessions being made. But this one particular issue is a really big issue, and it has big ramifications, issues of using security as a justification. So however we craft our motion, I'd like to make sure that we're calling attention to that and not letting that get swept under the rug.
I think those are all good points. So it seems that our chief concern is that the security exemption is being used too broadly and applied to withholding information that is not, that at least in some instances does not constitute a security concern.
Right, as far as we know. We have no way of knowing.
Yeah. Would anyone like to make a motion? Or at least start crafting a motion. We can build on it.
Well, I could start crafting.
Okay.
So I'd like to craft a motion that we refer the matter back to the full task force with a recommendation that the San Francisco Police Department and Chief Scott's redactions of let's say they're saying they're not going to redact subject lines, date and time. Oh, look, I will say that I hear Anonymous saying that they're saying they're going to do that, but we need to make sure that we're holding them accountable. So I think, is it possible to just go ahead and include redactions of any subject lines for any future meetings, attendees, invitees for future meetings, and the subsets of dates, times, and locations, and recurrences of future meetings that are electronic or phone calls or virtual, that does not constitute minimal withholding under 6726. And then perhaps a recommendation. I'm assuming we need to monitor the things that we've heard from Sergeant Sullivan here. So do we include a recommendation for monitoring that as well?
Well, I think that if we send this to the full task force, I'm sure that the task force will refer it back to us with monitoring.
Yeah.
Yes. I guess at this point, what we're finding is it seems that there's continued violation of 6726 for regarding specifically minimal redactions. That calendars are being provided, but details are being redacted using a security justification, and we believe that the security justification is being used too broadly.
Yes.
And so since there's already been an order of determination and it is with us for compliance, we're saying that we are noting that has not been full compliance with our order of determination.
Yes. Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And we recommend that, should we recommend that the task force take further action with possible referral to ethics? Is often our first step. There are other possible referrals, but Member Wong, please go ahead.
So kind of in the byline of our agenda, you'll see that we actually have referred the matter to the Ethics Commission, and I'm not sure if we actually officially did that or not. So something else to consider.
Yeah, I believe that was in the staff notes as well.
Yeah. Mr. Young, can you verify whether this particular item was forwarded to ethics?
Give me a moment. We should note it online once we refer items out.
Might it be helpful if I, Anonymous, provide you some information on that?
Anonymous, would you like to provide us some information regarding the referral to ethics?
Yes, it's in the packet. You referred this, you actually sent the signed letter at the beginning of June. I have heard nothing further. Maybe SFPD has, but I have not.
Okay. So I guess we're sending this back to the full task force, and noting that there has been continued withholding that is beyond minimal withholding of information and redactions that we consider not to constitute minimal withholding, and thus far we have not received a response from ethics. And we would like the task force to consider possible next steps.
Do we have a recommendation for what a next level of escalation would be? I mean, I don't, but I'm wondering if we do.
I mean, I guess we can refer to the Board of Supervisors. We could refer to the District Attorney's Office, but maybe the Board of Supervisors is a more appropriate next step.
Mm-hmm.
This is Member Wong. If we wanted to make the recommendation, we could also recommend that let the chair reach out to the Ethics Commission again.
That is a good idea. Perhaps since it was, since we're still.
I think that could be an administrative function.
Okay.
As they usually, anytime we refer ethics an item, they should respond to us one way or another.
Okay.
Either they're not taking it up and so forth. I'm just going to put the note into the minutes to check on it.
Thank you. We appreciate that. So, member neighbors, it sounds like you have I would love for you to restate what I think is has coalesced as a motion for this.
Okay. So
Lorraine, if I try?
Sure.
I try to simplify it when I hear these. The motion is to refer the matter back to the SOTF and note that the police department's redaction of specific dates, times, and locations for security purposes is being used too broadly. And I leave it at that. And I do put a note in. The committee noted that there has not been full compliance with the SOTF order of determination, and additional steps should be taken. And I also note that this matter has been referred to the Ethics Commission already, pursuant to Anonymous' statement.
I wonder if it's important, and I could be wrong, so this is just for discussion. I wonder if it's important because we haven't seen any evidence of compliance with the other redacted items to ensure that we name those as well. So we're hearing that there's going to be movement in terms of the subject lines or the other pieces, the subject lines and the dates and times.
And names. Names of invited
right. But we don't see this in the documents so far. So in my mind, it was maybe important to name those. So that's one thing I'm going to put out there. And the other is I do think that we are likely to be taken more seriously and signal that we are making a stronger statement when we name individuals and not just departments. And so I would argue that naming Chief Scott as a member of or as a part of it would be important as well. But again, that's up for discussion. Yeah. So, you know what you guys think about that.
I think that all sounds appropriate. Member Wong, do you have any other details to add, or would you like to second the motion?
Sure, this is Member Wong. I will second the motion.
Okay. Mr. Young, I think we are ready for public comment on this.
Yes. I just wanted to be sure I have it correct. I had the motion that I read out. Is there an addition that you wanted to add to that motion? Because I had it referring it back with a brief explanation about the redaction of specific dates, times, and locations. Remember, Neighbors just provided a short summary, but I don't know if there's anything I need to add to this motion.
You know, Member Neighbors, I'm wondering if we just need to bring those up in the discussion, since we've been told that they plan to provide one set and plan to withhold another set. I think focusing on what they've said they plan to withhold is what we should focus on in the motion. But I think we should also discuss those other things with the full task force. Does that make sense?
Sure.
And in fact, if you when this gets brought up, if you would like to specifically mention that, I think that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Are there any members of the public who wish to provide public comment on this motion at this time? If you are on the line and are muted, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. This is second call for public comment on this motion. There does not appear to be any public comment on this motion at this time. On the motion, Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Okay,
Next
thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to say thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Sergeant Sullivan, and please call the next item.
Yes, next on the agenda, Sorry, my item numbers seem to have disappeared. Item number 8. Sorry. Item number 8 is a complaint filed by Anonymous against the police department for violating Administrative Code Section 67.21b, 21k, and Section 67.26 and 27. This was heard on October 7th by the full task force, where a violation was found of 67.21b and 67.21k and 67.26. Order of determination was issued, and it was referred to Compliance and Amendments Committee due to non-compliance with the order of determination.
And this one is chiefly about metadata, email metadata, and withholding partial text message records. I know this is, again, this is with Anonymous and the police department. Sergeant Sullivan, will you be speaking on behalf of the police department again for this case?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anonymous, can you give us a brief update on whether you have received the documents you requested with minimal redactions or with more information than you originally received?
Sure. I need to correct something first. Your order of determination is very specific. Metadata is one of, I think, 5 violations you found. So I would like to go over all 5 if you would allow me to do that.
Please do that.
Okay. So the full written summary is on P1319, which is page 223 of the PDF. So this decision was in October. You published the order in January. While they did a little bit of the 5 violations, most of it they haven't done anything on at all. And you can see in D, I'll go through section D of that letter, I'll go through each of the violations. So you told them they have to produce the to and from so we know who's talking to whom. They just produced a bunch of text, and we have no idea who's talking. They have never complied with this, nor do they even respond to my demands that they need to. I don't know why. Hello? Okay. They definitely know how to do this because they've done it in other requests. So I'm not sure why they won't even respond to that violation. Second violation was withholding all of the email metadata, namely email headers. They have not complied with this in any way. The day after your deadline, then they met with Department of Technology. I guess you'll hear from them about what happened. I haven't gotten anything from them at all there. 6721 is on the next page. You found a violation of the court interpretation under City of San Jose versus Superior Court about producing personally held public records. They complied partially. This is the part they did comply partially, but they also stated in writing that they did not, in fact, search and retain the responsive records prior to departure of some of those employees, and now they can never provide them to me. Even though this is not a curable violation, this is a violation as the Court of Appeals has found in Community Youth Athletic Center versus City of National City. The fact that they didn't retain the records at the time of my request and now they don't exist anymore remains a violation, even though they can't do anything about it anymore. The fourth one is failure to key redactions. They also provided some of the keys here, but not all of them. There's a long, detailed explanation of what's going on in there. Basically, they group all possible privileges together, like whether it's attorney-client privilege or attorney-work product privilege or confidential informant privilege. These are all different subsections of the law. They're completely different parts of the evidence code, penal code, etc. That does not constitute a, quote, specific permissive exemption or, quote, specific prohibition to disclosure as required by the Sunshine Ordinance. And the keys do need to split out which exemption you're using. They also combine 2 different official information privileges with the false conclusion or interpretation that all, quote, official information, which is a defined term in the law, is privileged. That is not the case. Official information is extremely broadly defined as all confidential, all information acquired in confidence by a public employee, not disclosed to the public, which essentially covers almost anything the government does. But only 2 specific subsets of official information are privileged, and there are two different subsections of the law, Evidence Code 1040B1 and Evidence Code 1040B2. Again, here, the police department definitely knows how to correctly do this because they do it in other requests. 1040B2 is a balancing test, while 1040B1 is not. And they do need to say which are they using, the balancing test or the non-balancing test for each of those redactions. And finally, you had a violation for failing to provide copies of electronic records. They have partially complied here. And in this case, there's still some attachments missing. So what they didn't provide is the attachments to the text messages. Although we can see that there is an attachment, we have no idea what the attachment is. We just got a record that says there's some attachment, but they don't provide the attachment itself. So that's a long explanation of why out of those 5 things, they haven't fully complied with any of the 5. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Sergeant Sullivan, I'd like to give you a chance to respond broadly, and then we might come in and ask some specific questions. But do you have any response regarding how what the police department has done to try to comply with our order, or if there are any sticking points or other details you'd like for us to know?
Okay, so I'm going to read the letter that was compiled that I believe you guys were sent a copy of on June 17th. And it states, Dear Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, the San Francisco Police Department is in receipt of the complaint filed by Anonymous against Police Department for violating the Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21b, by failing to provide copies of electronic records by printing and scanning them instead. 67.21k, by failing to search for all personally held public records within the scope of City of San Jose versus Superior Court 2017. Sections 67.26, by withholding partial text message records, namely the to and from of each message, and also by withholding all email metadata, namely email headers, and section 67.27, by failing to key each redaction with a footnote or other clear reference to a justification. SFPD received the public records request from Anonymous on July 15, 2020 on the SFPD Records Portal GovQA. SFPD queried the reference personnel in the 11 categories requested by Anonymous and produced 63 pages of responsive documents. Due to security risks and privacy concerns, SFPD produced the electronic documents by printing, scanning, and uploading the documents to GovQA. SFPD is working with the Department of Technology to complete training for our staff on how to provide some metadata in response to public records requests that will not pose a security or safety risk. And then the SFPD submits the following supporting documents to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for your consideration, and it was the 63 pages that was sent to Anonymous in his public records request.
Okay, so Anonymous, it sounds like I'm assuming that your what you summarized for us before Sergeant Sullivan spoke applies to the 63 documents to which she is referring. Is that correct?
I think they are confused. This is not a 2020 records request. This is a 2019 records request. There's no new complaint filed. You already made a OD, and I think I wrote you guys an email. I think they're confused in their response to the task force. So.
Okay, task force members, let's take a look at this and see if we can help. Do you have questions for our petitioner or respondent here so we can maybe get some clarity on, because we don't want to create work for the department in trying to respond to something that in providing documents that aren't responsive to the original request.
Maybe if Anonymous could just tell us his theory of what the mix-up is about, and why he feels they're not responding to his, or to they don't have the information right for this case and this request. Just a few facts to refresh our memories would be great.
Sure. I'm happy to do so. And I understand that I think some of you weren't there, and I don't think the Sergeant Sullivan was part of this request originally. But this is a 2 summers ago records request. The person responding was a Sergeant Andrzejczyk, not the Lieutenant Cox who normally responds. And then at some point, I think they have switched who is processing the complaint, and that's why there's something confusing happening. Because it was Sergeant Andrzejczyk was responding up to the point when you issued the order of determination last winter, and then he did the search for a few additional City of San Jose records for a few of the employees, and then there was radio silence, and I don't know who is processing it or why, or maybe like it wasn't handed off correctly between multiple employees. That's my theory. Obviously, I don't know. Nobody has spoken to me about this request since January. So.
Okay, since January of 2021.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for Sergeant Sullivan to go back and double check to make sure she's got the right case number and information with this response? Shirley Hood, are you feeling like she's responding to the complaint, or she's responding to the item that we're asking her to respond to?
Let me. So Sergeant Sullivan, we're in our files. This is file number 19098.
Yes.
Okay.
I have. I do believe that maybe when I said July 15, 2020, that might be a typo.
Okay.
I do know that it was Sergeant Andrzejczyk who completed this records request, and he is with the media relations. So we, at legal, we have the legal public records that we have a civilian who does the public records request, and then we have media relations who deal with public records requests that are media related. Now, somehow I guess this request got to Sergeant Andrzejczyk, and he was the one who compiled all the information that was in the 63-page document that was given to Anonymous. I don't know if that helps, but I do see here that it does, some of these things say 7/15/2019, but the letter that was written by somebody else, not Sergeant Andrzejczyk, so maybe that was just a typo.
Okay, does that clear anything up, or Anonymous?
Yes, it does clear something up. Okay, if they are talking about the correct records request, then those 63 pages are the partial compliance with paragraph 3 that I mentioned. Those are the City of San Jose records for a few of the employees. But that they haven't done anything on 1, 2, 4, or 5. And number 3, as I said, they didn't fully comply with. So.
Okay. So, hold on. I'm looking at this again. You said they, which ones did they, in your mind, you are satisfied with?
Nothing have they fully complied with. The 63 or 66 or however many pages she's saying, and I believe and she should correct me because we may not be talking about the same thing, a few pages, and those must be the 63 pages, I assume, were provided right after the decision last winter. And those were an email from Sergeant Andrzejczyk to me where he said, okay, we did go back and actually do the City of San Jose search for some of the employees, but we're sorry, the other employees are gone and we hadn't searched those records. And so that's why I'm saying it's partially complying with number 3. If you're looking at the numbers that I've provided you on pages P1319 and P1320.
Okay, I'm looking at P1319, and so let's start with number 1. The text messages that to and from was not provided, and Sergeant Sullivan, I don't know if are you looking at the same document that we're looking at?
I don't think so. I have the public records request in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're looking
I'm
actual
looking at,
reviews that you get on the portal.
so in our agenda, if you click through on this item that we're talking about, within the file, there's the pages are numbered a little bit funny at the bottom. So it would be the 223rd page in the document, but it'll say P1319 at the bottom. But I can read this.
Okay, because I'm sorry, I don't think I have that. I don't see it. I'm sorry, with all my paperwork.
Okay, that's okay. I can read this. This is so Anonymous. This was a letter from Anonymous and saying that. So the first item sort of in this list was that text messages were supplied, but without the to and from. So it's not clear who the conversation is between. It's just text content. Are you able to provide the to and from information for those text messages?
I am not.
Okay. Is this something that someone else in the department may be able to do? Or can you tell us if it was withheld for a specific reason or if it was just provided without information that is needed in order for it to make sense?
I can't give you that information. I don't know.
Okay. We'll move on to the next one, just so we can get some as much clarity as we can. So the second is about email metadata. And it sounds like from what you said that are you working with the department? It sounded like you said you're working with the Department of Technology on providing metadata that doesn't compromise security. Is that correct?
That is correct. They are working on that.
Okay. So is that something where, is this a situation where the documents that Anonymous requested can now or will soon be able to be provided with that metadata?
As soon as our IT technology has worked on it and given us the green light, yes.
Okay. Anonymous had said that he hadn't heard any updates on this since January. Are you expecting to have an update on that in the near future?
I don't know if this request was closed. Like when Sergeant Andrew Check provided the documents, I think unless he was said in his response on the letters that he sent to Anonymous that here is partial, here's, items 1, 2, 3, and I'm still working on 4, 5, 6. I'm not sure.
Okay, so it sounds like we might need to get this updated. So the third issue was about personally held records. Now, Anonymous, I'm going to say here, so I'm going to switch. Anonymous, you say this is an incurable violation. At this point, I mean, it's in the record. The violation was found, but if there's nothing for us to do about it at this point, of course you are welcome to continue including it, but I don't think there's anything that we can do to provide relief on this if the access to the records is no longer available. Is that your understanding?
No, because there is a specific portion of the Sunshine Ordinance that required Chief Scott to maintain all of his records in business-like manner, et cetera, et cetera. And so what I would request, and it's in the request for relief, is yes, you can't do anything about it. And unlike the court, you can't make them pay me money like a court would make them pay me money for this. But you can, and I would urge and ask you to take this very seriously and refer back for an additional violation of 6729-7A. Because when agencies fail to search and retain for records at the time of the request, it's often an excuse to destroy records. I'm not saying that happened here, but they were required by law. It's in the Good Government Guide as well. When you make a request, you have to, at that time, retain all of the records. And I would urge you that's possibly one of the most serious things here, that they did not do that. And I would urge you to refer it back to the full task force for an additional violation of 6729-7A.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So the next item we have here is failing to key redactions with footnotes. And it sounds like Anonymous is saying that some redactions, some keying was provided, but that some of it was not keyed properly, with some information just cited as redacted because it was official information. Yeah, that we would need the citations for whether it's attorney-client privilege or work product privilege or identity of informant privilege. Sergeant Sullivan, is that something that the police department can go back and do regarding the documents that were requested in this case?
Yes, we can go back and do that. But I was looking through the documents that were provided, and I did see some exemption, like a 6254 intelligence on an attachment. I'm trying to see some other redactions. Were there specific ones that I don't see?
So, Anonymous, based on what Sergeant Sullivan is saying, do you feel as though some of these were provided, but some were not? Was it that it was inconsistent?
Yeah, there's two forms of inconsistency. One is that some of the records they have done correctly, and some of them they haven't done correctly. But even in the ones that they have now keyed, she's right that on like 6254F, they are specific and they tell you, here's the specific one, 6254F open investigation or 6254F intelligence procedures. But then they incorrectly just group all possible privileges together as one type of justification when they're not allowed to. And to be clear, the police department does, they know how to do it. It's not like it's impossible or it's extraordinarily difficult to do this. They know how to do this, but for some reason in this request they haven't done it. So.
Okay, I think I understand. So it's specifically about distinguishing between the different types of privilege. And then your last issue was, you said failing to provide copies of electronic records. And I believe Sergeant Sullivan even referred to this, that in some cases things were printed out and then scanned, which is not a copy of the original record. And because of that, there were some attachments that were missing. Is that the issue we're talking about with this particular point?
Are you asking me?
I am asking you. Yes.
Yeah, so they have gone back. So I want to be clear. I haven't forced them to go back and provide all the hundreds of pages from before. What I'm trying to make sure is the ones they didn't provide, they actually follow the rules, so I know that they'll follow the rules in the future. And what they did is the new records they've been producing, those 66 pages, they are providing them as PDFs where you can go through and search and everything's clickable. What they didn't do is provide the attachments for the text messages, where they just gave them as all, they're just like a text file, and they missed out the images and stuff like that. So that's the only thing missing on the fifth one. It's the attachments to text messages.
Okay. Okay, I feel like I understand what all of these different items are. And then, so you're requesting that we refer back to the full task force. And hang on, I'm looking at this.
It's in the
yeah, no, I'm reading it.
There.
I'm reading it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I guess before we refer things back to, actually, members, what do you think? I mean, it seems like there are some ongoing issues. Do we want to ask the Sergeant Sullivan to try to go for further try for further compliance on these issues, or do you feel as though at this point that too much hasn't happened and we need to refer back to the full task force?
This is Member Wong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's been several months since Anonymous has heard anything, and I mean, more than several months. It's been quite a long time.
Yeah.
So my inclination is also to refer back to the full task force.
Member neighbors, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. I would say similar to our previous request, I do think referring this back to the full task force makes sense, detailing some of the issues. I would also ask, though, Sergeant Sullivan, in the meantime, it sounds like the police department is making progress on some of these things, especially with respect to metadata and some of the keying that is happening. And I would urge a continuation of that process, because by the time this gets back to the full task force, if you or whoever was representing the police department at that point can show us that further compliance has happened, I think that will be useful and productive, because in the end, we're seeking to get information to members of the public, and if it's a technical obstacle, it is helpful to see that progress is continuing on those as we try to resolve these matters. Members, who would like to make a motion on this?
This is Member Wong, so I will make a motion to refer the matter back to the full task force for continued violation of, I think, 6721B, 6720.26. I think those are the two main ones.
And then do we need is 6727 for and actually I'm not looking at it right now, or member neighbors, I don't know if you have it open.
Yeah, I've got in my notes a violation of 6726 and 6727 because the redaction keys do not state specific permissive exemption or specific statutory authority. I've got 6721B and 60, yeah, as Member Wong. And then we also have the 6729-7A for the incurable lack of preservation of documents.
And I guess the reason that we're adding that is not for what can't be rectified in the past, but to make sure that that is not continuing going forward. Is that why we're including that?
To me, that's a compelling reason to include it.
Okay. Do we have a second? And Mr. Young, do you have a clear summary on what's being discussed as a possible motion?
I have numbers, but we'll need a little bit of a description. The action is to refer the matter to the SOTF for consideration of additional violations of 67.21B, 6726, 27, and 29. I just want to get a little bit of a description of the additional violations for additional consideration. 6721B, what was the justification for additional violations of that section?
6721B is actually it's continued. So we've already found a violation of that, so it's not a new violation.
Okay.
The one that is the new violation is 6729-7. I just lost it. 7B or 7A, in which all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and business-like manner all documents and correspondence, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. So ensuring that essentially these records and documents and correspondence are not destroyed.
Okay, just give me a quick moment. I just want to. Okay, I have that. And that motion was moved by Member Wong, seconded by Member Neighbors, to refer the matter to the SOTF for consideration of continued and additional violations of various items listed, including but not limited to failure to ensure that records are not destroyed. And we can work on some details of this motion if you like. If you'd like to provide additional details to me. Is that satisfactory at this time, or is there any additions that you would like to add?
I think the one detail about regarding insufficient detail and in terms of citing redactions, that, and I know it's difficult to say in this that some of them were done correctly and some were not, but there were some instances of insufficient keying of reasons for redactions.
Okay, so listed.
Okay.
On that motion, are there any members of the public who would like to provide public comment? If you are muted, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Are there any members of the public for public comment on this matter?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, give me one moment. Okay, go ahead and proceed.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. Also at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We're not a party to this complaint and are not familiar with it particularly other than what we've been hearing discussed. But we do have a comment since all of these things are important in terms of sunshine and sunshine compliance in the city. In the spirit of an old song, yes, we have no bananas. First of all, we support the motion, but would like to say that there has been in our hearing some unclarity about 67.29-7. Without the subscript, as it were, 67.29 goes on at great length. 67.29-7A is the citation that you have mentioned in fact and in quotation. I thought I heard the last time it was referenced, I thought I heard it being called 67.29-7, B as in boy. So I wanted to be sure that you have the correct citation, which in fact is correspondence and records shall be maintained, and section A is what was read, the mayor and all department heads. The mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and business-like manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. And that is section 67.29-7. A is in apple. B is in boy starts out the Department of Elections shall keep and preserve. So I believe as is requested, and as I didn't quite hear the last time, the correct citation would be 67.29-7A, in the interest of being absolutely correct and not having to correct things later. You might want to check with the complainant, but I think that's what was requested, and that's correct in terms of what's applicable. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public for public comment at this time? There does not appear to be any additional public comment at this time.
Okay, and if somebody needs a reminder, again, it's *6 if you need to unmute, but it sounds like there's not additional public comment. Members, should we adjust the section number, or Member Wong, were you intending the one that you mentioned for another reason?
I do have 67.29-7A listed in the motion.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Do we have any further discussion amongst ourselves, or shall we call the vote?
Let's vote.
Okay.
So on the motion, Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Again, thank you, Anonymous and Sergeant Sullivan. We appreciate you being here, and I hope it sounds like the police department is continuing to assess and provide additional access on some documents, and we hope to see further progress before this is heard by the full task force. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next on the agenda, it's file number 18086. This is a hearing regarding the request for reconsideration in the complaint filed by Mark Sullivan against the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee. The matter was heard on December 18th by the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and I believe on March 6th, 2019 by the full task force, where the task force passed a motion to find the motion to find jurisdiction failed, so no jurisdiction was found in this matter. Please note that this is a hearing for a request for reconsideration, and we should be considering new information and not rehearing the matter in its entirety. We should just be considering what new information is being provided.
Ms. Young, thank you. We appreciate that clarification. That is very helpful. Is Mr. Sullivan here today?
Yes, he's here.
And is the respondent here today? Or someone representing the respondent?
They no longer exist.
I see. Okay. In that case, we will proceed. And if Mr. Sullivan, as Mr. Young indicated here, we would like to know what new information you have to share with us that might inspire the task force to reopen this. But before we do that, I see Member Wong has a question.
Mm-hmm.
I think we received an email about an hour before the start of of this meeting. Seems like perhaps the person who was the head of Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee just made a statement that they wouldn't be appearing today, and then referred to the order of determination.
Okay, well, members, since we have the petitioner here. Would you like to proceed and hear what new information Mr. Sullivan may have to present? Okay, I think we are all on the same page. Mr. Sullivan, tell us what new information do you have to present that you think we should consider regarding your original case?
Okay, so I have a number of things. First of all, I want to say that I was given only 5 minutes opening statement, and no more. I was not given any rebuttal before the task force voted on jurisdiction. And this is contrary to what the determination says, but is supported by the audio. The other side was given an abundance of time and questioned extensively, but I was never able to rebuttal in the original hearing. So I submitted lots of records, and the task force has gotten lots of records as far as the city's involvement and the contractor's involvement with the Green Benefit District Formation Committee. There are 2 court cases I have cited. They're P1890, dealing with the entities or other bodies. In both court cases, in creating of another body, the city has even a less direct role than the GBD Formation Committee. In both cases, the court found that the creating body was subject to the Brown Act. One case cited involves a business improvement district, which the laws of the city Green Benefit District laws are based on. In this court case, the court found that it was sufficient that the city have played some role in bringing the private entity into existence by calling for the creation of the entity, even if it did not actually create it itself. And the other thing is that the full task force voted 5-4 in favor of jurisdiction over the Green Benefit District Formation Committee, but did not get the 6 votes in the affirmative required by the task force bylaw section 7. This vote decision was taken as a minority win and was used to not hear jurisdiction in 2 other complaints. This and section 7 violates the Brown Act 54952.6 takes action, which requires a majority vote in the positive or the negative. The combination of the Brown Act 54952.6 action taken and the Brown Act 54952.2a meeting allows for a majority of members of a legislative body or entity when sitting to make a simple majority decision vote in the positive or negative upon a motion, proposal, resolution, order, or ordinance. Requirement of 6 votes in the affirmative is a local government requirement and a larger than simple majority of a meeting of a majority of members would violate greater access laws set forth in the California Constitution, the Brown Act, and the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance. SOFT is required under SFO Section 67.5, the application of the Brown Act, to choose the requirement that would result in greater or more expedited public access shall apply. You cannot have a minority vote win that stops further discussion. The task force wants to stick to a 6-vote requirement, then it must have all 11 members of the task force vote, which would give you a majority positive or negative decision. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 3(2), a statute, court rule, or other authority, such as the task force order of determination, shall be broadly construed if it furthers the people's right of access, and narrowly construed if it narrows the right of access. The task force determination based on the 5-4 was narrowly construed in limiting public access. And the California Constitution, courts, the Brown Act, and Sunshine Ordinance all rule or favor a broad right to public access and the protection of the public's right to know what their government is doing on their behalf. So I'm also asking the task force to change the Section 7 of the bylaws to comply with the Brown Act 54952.6. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. A couple of things. I have a question. Are you, and I have not gone back and listened to the audio, are you saying that we gave you, that you were not given a rebuttal before we decided?
That is correct. I tried
Were you
to,
aware?
Go ahead.
Were you aware of that at the time of the meeting, or is that something you became aware of later when you went back and listened to the audio?
No, I was aware at the time of the meeting, and I was trying to get the attention of a task force member, and I did get the attention of one, but they did not, call for me to come forward. This is also my first complaint before the task force, so I really didn't know what was going on. And if you look at P1842, I write a letter to Ms. Ledger saying, hey, and this is back in 2019, I say, hey, I never, they got all this time to talk, and I never got any chance for rebuttal. And like they were misinforming the task force. They said they were looking at other options, but both their name and their website, and the fact that they never, they basically did not tell you the truth, because they stopped as soon as they were not able to form a green benefit district.
And what did you say when at the beginning of this meeting you said they no longer, the entity which you filed a complaint against no longer exists?
Yes, they stopped. They ran out of, they had a contract. They did not get enough support from the public, from their district to form the committee. And so the city contractor and them decided to pull the plug, and the website's no longer up. They wrote a letter saying they stopped. But it goes to show you that they weren't looking for other possibilities. They were specifically formed to form a green benefit district under Ordinance 14-14 of the San Francisco.
Well, if you want to reopen the case, then who would be the respondent?
Well, first of all, they got plenty of time to talk. But the second thing is, this is just a matter of jurisdiction. The videotaping, which is the thing, was never, which was submitted to the task force, was never in contention. This is just a matter. This is there's two things. It's a matter of jurisdiction over Green Benefit District Formation Committee, and it's a matter of the voting. The task force voted 5-4 in favor of jurisdiction, with only 9 members there, and this doesn't comply with the Brown Act or the California Constitution or the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance in finding for broader or greater access.
These are all. I'm hearing some noise, background noise. Is someone who should be on mute? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Sullivan, I hear what you're saying. I think the committee should definitely discuss what you were talking about regarding the vote, and we should definitely discuss what you were talking about regarding not being given time for a rebuttal. I am curious, though, about if you would like us to reconsider our vote on this. That if you wanted us to reconsider your case, who would be the respondent?
Well, you could have the city. The city still has a Green Benefit District Manager and the Department of Public Works. It's a different person than the person that was there, but they still exist.
Okay, and they were named, yes, and I believe the manager, even if the person in that role has changed, was named in your original complaint. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, the mission. No, I mean, what it is the video. Who's that?
So we're talking with Mr. Sullivan right now. So Mr. Sullivan, can I can look this up, but can you tell us who you named in your initial complaint?
Yes, the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee.
Did you name anyone else in your complaint?
No, but that encompasses a lot of people.
I'm going to, committee members, do you have questions for Mr. Sullivan?
Well, one thing I want to say too is that, it took you 2 years to do this. This isn't I tried to get you, this is like the 4th time that I've tried to get my appeal heard. And the fact is you haven't done it in 2 years. I did follow all the procedures. It was my first complaint. You only gave me 5 minutes in the opening statement, and that was it. And now you're telling me that because of your not able to follow procedures or give the petitioner a right to be heard, that I shouldn't, that it can be dropped.
Mr. Sullivan, I'm not saying that at all. I'm trying to figure out what information is available to us, so that no, I did not mean to imply that. I just want to know who was named in your initial complaint. And I also, since I was there at the time, I do remember the case very well. But I want to give my fellow committee members a chance to ask questions because neither of them was on the committee at the time.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So I thought it was such a interesting case, and I think Mr. Sullivan, when I look at the kind of how far you came as you went through the votes that changed in your favor, I think that it's clear that you brought forward some important and compelling evidence about how we should be thinking about these associations that are pretty powerful and acting almost as legislative bodies, and that really caught my attention. Now I'm thinking about what would be the remedy for you, what you're looking for. I'm trying to understand. It's almost like you won in a way, right? And there is no more Mission Dolores Green Benefit District. And I'm wondering, are you interested then in maybe submitting a new complaint that goes back to the Public Works GBD manager? Because I'm not sure how we can really, there's no finding that we can, there's no finding if there's no respondent, right?
Well, see,
although now,
okay.
One moment, Mr. Sullivan. Sorry. I noticed that I have here a complaint. So the complaint form against the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Okay, so your complaint is against the task force.
Yeah, that was my complaint. To try and to move this along, I tried to complain against the task force for not hearing my hearing, and that I think that the original vote should stand. And it's the Section 7 6-vote requirement that is in violation of the Brown Act. And the California Constitution, and you should see things more broadly.
Okay. Member Neighbors, please go ahead. I think I might have taken you off track on what you were asking.
Well, I'm wondering if we should refer. I mean, I think these are really compelling things. There was not a chance for rebuttal. The bylaws in terms of majority or in terms of outcomes may be in conflict, and we need to be aware of that. So is it possible for us to make a recommendation to refer this back to the full task force as a complaint against our task force?
Mr. Young, do you have any guidance on this?
Part of it is we may be getting off track in the reconsideration portion. Is I am not really seeing any new information being presented. In terms of the vote, that is a requirement by the city that have a majority of the members of the entire task force, not a majority of the members who are currently sitting. That is a long-standing provision that has not changed, and I don't believe it will be changed anytime soon, as we've been advised by city attorneys on that matter. And we are only trying to consider jurisdiction. And in terms of format of previous meetings, they never started the meeting. All they had was a hearing on jurisdiction. They didn't find jurisdiction, and they never started a hearing on the matter. The requirement for redirect and all those types of issues is when they actually have the meeting. They just never found jurisdiction, and they never started the meeting.
I see. So since jurisdiction was not found, the opportunity for rebuttal was not required.
That's just my personal opinion, not a opinion of law. It's just when we look at our complaint procedures, it's on the hearing, and it's rebuttal, but the arguments never started, so I don't believe there's any rebuttal on the hearing on the complaint. It was just a matter of trying to determine whether or not the task force had jurisdiction on this body.
But I thought that it went through, that it was found to have no, it never went
jurisdiction, and that's why things got cut off. Was because it was not, it was determined not to be a policy body.
Under the jurisdiction of the task force.
Yeah.
So I submitted a new document, and I just recently submitted these court cases. That's all new information. Mm-hmm. I did a public record request with the task force, asking for all records that would support that the legislation, that this Section 7 was based on the legislation, and the task force never responded.
Let me ask you, Mr. Sullivan. So getting back to the original case, which was about the Green Benefits District, has anything changed, or do you have new information that that would support your argument that the task force does have jurisdiction? Because if we don't have jurisdiction, then it's hard to move forward. What information do you have to show?
Two court cases.
Mm-hmm.
I cite 2 court cases. They're on let's see here. The court cases are at P1890. They're Epstein versus Hollywood Entertainment District 2 Business Improvement District. This is the same, based on the same laws that the Green Benefit District is based on, but it's a variation by the city for the Green Benefit District. International Longshoremen and Warehouse Union versus Los Angeles Export Terminal Incorporated. Both of these cases, the city didn't directly form or create a new body. And the courts that both found that the city had, the court found that it was sufficient that the city had played some role in bringing the private entity into existence by calling for the creation of that entity, even if it did not actually create it itself. That's in Epstein versus Hollywood Entertainment District to Business Improvement District.
Okay. I'm just following where you are in the document. Just give us one moment.
No worries.
You said 1890?
The two court cases can be found at P1890, or it can also be found at 1852. Both.
Okay.
It got submitted twice.
I think that's why I'm having trouble finding it. But I've okay. Members, what do you think? Do you think that this is enough to consider that perhaps we would have jurisdiction if this were to be considered again?
I actually find the cases that Mr. Sullivan provided really compelling. Having read through the case file and kind of seen where the gaps were before, I feel like he's kind of addressed those gaps. I'm not sure. I mean, if the entity still existed, I would be recommending that we move to the full task force to and recommend rehearing, and that we think that we found jurisdiction. I don't know if that's possible if there's no respondent anymore. Or if it could be useful. I don't know. Also, as a newer member, if you made an order of determination and then you go back and you have a new finding, can you update that order of determination? And that outcome would become important in terms of precedence, because it would be very likely that we will hear cases like this again. With associations having a lot of power and money and trying to circumvent public records acts. So it would be, in my mind, good to have an order of determination, if possible, if we hear the case and determine that outcome.
Well, and the interesting thing is, even though the Mission Dolores Green Benefits District Formation Committee no longer exists, if that was, I mean, this is challenging because it's, there's still, though, a Green Benefits District program, by the city. But I think the challenge here is that it was the formation committee that it was a grievance against a formation committee that no longer exists. And part of the reason that we didn't find jurisdiction was because we found that it was not formed by the city.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, actually, a majority of you did find it was formed.
Right.
Right. And people really changed their perspective based on the arguments that they heard in looking at the votes, I noticed. And there were some really compelling points about the money and the payment that was changing hands and the role of the San Francisco Parks Alliance. And those are going to become issues again, I'm sure. So
I do also want to point out that you got an email from the respondent saying that he would not show up.
So he does exist.
Right, but if there's no jurisdiction,
Yeah.
then we can't compel any action. And I think that becomes, although the question is, if there should have been jurisdiction at the time when the case was heard, does that make a reconsideration relevant?
It's a reconsideration of finding jurisdiction, right?
Right.
That would be the recommendation.
Well, I mean, we never actually, so that was the point at which things got cut off. And if we still don't have jurisdiction, then this is all a moot point. But if it was, if this is, we need to have jurisdiction to move forward with this. If we still don't have jurisdiction, then there's still nothing to discuss.
If the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee still existed, and they were refusing to allow videotaping of their meetings, I would argue that we would have jurisdiction over that decision and would want to hear the case to find out if they were in violation of not allowing video or taping of their meetings. Right? Is that what we're saying? That's what I'm saying.
That's what the original complaint was about.
Yeah. But yeah, we don't have jurisdiction if they don't exist because they don't exist. So
I mean, that said, we do consider cases about complaints that have to do with, city employees who are no longer employed by the city, but still seeking access to public documents. And I suppose if we were to find jurisdiction, even if the entity no longer exists, but there are records that exist, how do you propose we handle this?
This is Member Wong, so I think for me, I don't see that the new evidence presents that Mission Dolores Green GBD is the formation committee. I don't see it as a city entity or agency. I don't see how the evidence presented determines it as such, and thus that we would have jurisdiction.
But here's the thing. I don't know that we're supposed to decide. We're supposed to determine if there's new information that should be considered. So the question is, do the, for example, the presentation, offering these lawsuits as, is this new information that should be considered by the task force? Is it relevant?
I mean, at this point, I guess I find it relevant. I guess maybe the thing to do is to make a motion and vote on it. I mean, I find it relevant. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course. But relevant for consideration. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So you're just to clarify, your motion is.
My motion is that we refer this matter back to the full task force, recommending that recommending that they find jurisdiction, or that recommending that they hear the case because we have found jurisdiction. That's the motion, right?
Actually, Mr. Young, I have a question here again, because we often in this committee will find jurisdiction and refer things to the task force. Do we need to find jurisdiction here, or do we need to say that that new information has been presented that should be considered by the task force?
I think we should. This is the first time we had a reconsideration of jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So my suggestion is to refer the matter to the task force with a recommendation that the SOTF has jurisdiction due to additional documents submitted.
Well, I don't know that it has jurisdiction. I just know that there's new information that has been presented that would argue for jurisdiction.
Right.
So you don't want to make a recommendation. So we just want to refer to the task force without refer the matter to the SOTF to determine jurisdiction due to additional document submission.
Yes, and I think that, and to support this work, I'm thinking that we should seek some guidance from our attorney, because I am the new cases that have been presented are interesting. I think we need some guidance as to whether they are whether they would support the argument for jurisdiction.
Okay, just to clarify, refer to the task force to determine jurisdiction due to additional submitted documents, which are the court cases. And then the committee requests advice from the SOTF DCA.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to know from the DCA to research?
Whether these two cases would support the argument that the task force does have jurisdiction over this matter. Over the matter that was originally filed, the complaint.
Okay, committee requests advice from the DCA to determine if the submitted court cases will affect jurisdiction in this matter. Would you like to ask about anything about whether the complainant doesn't exist anymore? Or respondent no longer exists? I don't know if that's...
I should also ask the deputy city attorney about that as well. Yeah. And I will second this motion because I'm curious.
Okay. Give me a moment. I'm just I am just wondering.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it's fine. You're not making a recommendation because you don't have the advice yet, so that will be okay. So we're going to refer it up and ask for advice from the Deputy City Attorney. In summary. So on the motion to refer the matter to the task force to determine jurisdiction.
Is there public comment?
Hold on. And actually,
to refer the matter to the task force to determine jurisdiction due to additional submitted documents. Submitted. The committee requests advice from the SOTF Deputy City Attorney to determine if the submitted court cases will affect jurisdiction in this matter. In addition, advice is requested regarding I'll find a better word, but non-existence of the respondent organization at this time. On that motion, is there any public comment?
Hold on, before you send that to public comment, before we send it to public comment, I have one more thought procedurally. Now that we've gone through this process, I am wondering if we should keep this in this committee until we get the information from our Deputy City Attorney.
I would advise yes.
I think that's what we need to do, because as we talk through that process, I realized that I think we would be prematurely sending it to the task force with not enough information. I would ask the maker of the motion, would you consider amending the motion to include all of the requests for information, seeking information from our Deputy City Attorney, so that we can consider this again at our next meeting in order to consider sending to the full task force? But I don't think we are ready yet to send it to the full task force.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, the motion is amended to continue the matter to the call of the chair.
And I will second that.
Yes. Okay, is there any public comment on the motion as amended?
Yes.
Go ahead, proceed.
Hi, my name is David Steinberg. I'm custodian of record for San Francisco Public Works. Although we're not a party to this case, I did want to provide some information. First of all, Mr. Young is correct that the sole purpose of today's hearing is to determine if there's new information that may change the task force determination. None of the information that Mr. Sullivan referenced tonight is new. It was all available at the time of the decision. He's referring to two cases from 2001 and 1999. That predates the decision by quite a number of years, so that's not new. Also, he's completely misrepresenting those court cases. He's referring to a business improvement district, and even the people who were part of this formation committee said, yes, if the GBD were to be established, of course the GBD would be subject to the task force oversight. So that is that's not what the case here. I was copied, as was Cheryl, on an email from the individual, as one of the members mentioned. He said it's just that it lacks standing because the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee was simply a group of neighbors donating personal time to address the cleanliness issues impacting their community. As part of the effort, they explored whether there was a wider interest in green benefit districts. Per the requirements of the Sunshine website, they're not a city department, nor an agency, nor commission created by the city charter, or by ordinance, or by resolution passed by the Board of Supervisors. Further, they are not a nonprofit receiving more than $250,000 from the city, which is what the task force own information website says, that such groups have to comply. To Mr. Sullivan's point that he wasn't allowed to rebuttal, Mr. Young is right. He was not allowed to rebuttal because the motion was it was a motion on whether the task force had jurisdiction. As a party to the complaint, he was not allowed to speak to it. I've been in the same situation where I had information, but I wasn't allowed to speak. That's the case. So again, there's absolutely no new information, and therefore the committee should vote down this motion and move that the reconsideration be denied for lack of information. Also, to Mr. Sullivan's larger complaint, really seems to be against the task force itself and the application of its rules and bylaws. If he believes the task force is violating state law, he should pursue a complaint against the task force in an appropriate forum. But if the sole purpose of today's hearing is to determine if there's new information, there's absolutely no new information. I mean, it's analogous to saying, you know, if the DeHaro Street Neighborhood Book Club doesn't want someone coming in and videotaping their meeting, that the task force has jurisdiction and should force them to allow it. They're just a bunch of neighborhood individuals. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment who's not party to the case?
Yes, please.
Okay, give me one moment. Mr. Warfield, go ahead. You can proceed.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association. We're not a party to this case. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. And we're also reachable at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Very interesting discussion. I would recommend sending it to the full task force. And there are a number of issues that have come up. First of all, with respect to reconsideration, it seems to me that there is there's arguably a question as to whether the issue of information existing at the time, that I view as something that would be open to somebody finding information that they didn't know and evidently hadn't come up at the time of the hearing. The reconsideration section D talks about there being reconsideration possibility only if information exists that was not available at the time of the hearing. It doesn't say information that existed or was already somewhere to be found if you could find it. But information exists that was not available at the time of the hearing. And presumably, if that hadn't been discussed, and especially if it hadn't been brought up by the petitioning party or the complainant, then I think that should be considered as new information. Furthermore, with respect to the procedures, there's a real problem, I think, a hole in the procedures that doesn't speak really to the differences in your practice regarding hearings at committees versus hearings at the full body. I was very surprised when I had brought our Library Users Association complaint, which was ultimately heard earlier this month, to hear that I only had 5 minutes and no rebuttal. Completely different procedure at the committee, but it's nowhere discussed. It is nowhere discussed in your complaint procedures. And then there's something very peculiar, and that is number 3 on the addendum. The complaint shall be scheduled for hearing before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force or its committees. And in fact, we've had complaints in the past brought directly to the Sunshine Task Force with no hearing at any committee because we didn't ask for it. That's how it worked at the time. So it seems to me that just on the basis of the arbitrariness of where this was assigned to the committee instead of the full task force, that you're now arguing over whether the committee has the authority and so on and so forth. I think you should send it to the full task force for a consideration on all of the issues. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public for public comment at this time? I do not hear any additional public comment at this time. So on the motion to continue the matter to the call of the chair and request the DCA, Deputy City Attorney, provide advice on the matter. On that motion, Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. The motion passes without objection. Next on the agenda.
Just one thing. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Sullivan. We will get back to you once we have a chance to talk with our Deputy City Attorney. And thank you also for the public comment. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Young.
No problem. Next on the agenda is complaint filed by Shane Andreas against the District Attorney's Office and Ms. Bodine for violating Administrative Code Section 6721E and 67.25, 67.26, and 67.27. On May 25th, the Compliance and Amendments Committee requested the District Attorney's Office verify that a comprehensive search of all departments' communication has been collected to search for communications. And I will leave this one to you. I believe due to the date, it may have been continued to the call of the chair at that time. I am not absolutely sure.
Yes. So I want to find out first, is Mr. Andrews here?
Yes, I am.
And is Ms. Burke here?
No, but it's David Campos, Chief of Staff to the District Attorney's Office, is here.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate you representing the department. Hang on one second. I am having a computer lag problem. So, Mr. Campos, I hope Ms. Burke has filled you in on the information that was requested. I'm going to ask Mr. Andrews first. Mr. Andrews, have you received additional information from the department regarding our requests that the search, I'm looking at this again, we wanted to verify that a comprehensive search of all department communications was completed, to search for communications to and from Chief Boudin regarding Thomas Osley, including but not limited to email, Signal, and other messaging apps, and a request that conversation settings for any conversations that included Mr. Boudin within the department, any settings for conversations that included him within the department were also shared, and that the results be forwarded to our administrator as well. Have you, Mr. Andrews, have you received any additional information since our last meeting?
No, I have not. No information or subsequent communication.
Okay. Mr. Campos, can you tell me where your department is in complying with this most recent request?
Yes, thank you, Chair LaHood, and to all the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. We have sought information from every one of our employees concerning the request that has been made. And the reason why we have not given any information to the petitioner here is because no other information exists. We have gone through all of the emails, all of the different local places where that information could exist, and have found no documents that are, or any email or anything like that that is responsive to the request. And so I would hope that the fact that nothing else has been provided is not taken as a sign of not compliance, but to the contrary, that we have exhausted everything that is available and have confirmed that, in fact, we have given Mr. Osley, through his lawyer, all of the information requested.
Thank you. Can you verify, I know that Ms. Burke had said that a Signal search was conducted, but that it was only performed on Mr. Boudin's devices. And there was a request that a signal search be conducted for all personnel in the office, just because people had different settings on their devices. Was that done as well?
We have requested of our employees to give us any and all information that is related to the request, including any signal count or anything else that people have. And the response has been that there is nothing that is relevant to the request.
Okay. Did you also ask or verify among your staff whether their conversation settings on Signal or other similar apps, do you know whether messages were retained or immediately destroyed? Are you able to answer that question regarding staff?
I don't have an answer to that question, and quite frankly, based on the advice of counsel, we do not believe that such an inquiry would be appropriate or is required in this case legally. We have, again, specifically asked every employee to give us any and all information that they have that is relevant to the request, but we have not sought to search every one of the accounts that they may have and find out what the settings on those accounts are. We have not done that, and we don't believe that it would be legally advisable for us to do that.
Okay. And so no additional responsive information. Members, do you have questions regarding what we've just heard?
I guess this is member neighbors. I guess my only question is last time we needed to tap in member Wong for her software engineering capabilities, but my understanding of Signal is that the messages disappear, and one thing that came up last time is that perhaps it's not an appropriate method by which one would want to engage in discussion about the people's business or just message one another. Is it? I understand not that you don't feel it's appropriate or required to check people's settings. Is it possible that there is at this point or any future point just like maybe a policy or at least dissuading people to use Signal in communication so that we don't run into this problem in the future?
Is that a question for me, Commissioner?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I think that it's an appropriate subject of conversation for any and all agencies to discuss what is appropriate in terms of what individuals can use. As you know, we as agencies, as public agencies, have a responsibility to maintain public documents and public information, and that's our expectation with respect to everyone. We emphasize that the business of these agencies should be done using the accounts and tools that we have, and when someone uses something beyond that, which is their choice of time to do that, we expect that the same rules in terms of protecting documents would apply. In terms of whether Signal is an appropriate tool to use, that would be beyond my expertise, to be completely honest. I am not a tech-savvy individual, perhaps the way one of your members is. But our expectation is, that we provide any and all public information when it's requested, and we're very diligent in that, and that's the expectation that we have of our employees. And in this case, I know that there's always a need to see if there's anything else. But we have made a diligent effort to find everything that's possible. And in this case, we were just informed by Mr. Oxley that they intend to file a lawsuit, which is their right. But I can also tell you, as an attorney, that the fact that you have litigation against the city doesn't mean that you have more rights under the Sunshine Ordinance or the Public Records Act. If a document or a record does not exist, there's really nothing we can do, to provide it if it's not really something that's there.
Thank you. To be clear, we are totally impartial in this. We are just when people come to us with requests for access to public documents, we're just trying to ensure that they get access that they have the right to, and whether there is a case around this is immaterial to us.
Absolutely, and our job is to make sure that we respond and provide all of the documents or information that's available, unless it meets, a very strict set of exceptions, and that's how we approach it, and that's what we have tried to do in this case.
Member Wong, as Member Neighbors suggested, because among us you have the best technical understanding, what of the Signal and other apps that might be used for communication, what are your thoughts regarding the response that we've heard that personnel was asked to turn over files that were responsive, but that a complete search was not done, and our request for information about settings was not complied with? What are your thoughts on that?
I guess my main thought is just that I don't understand why folks did not respond with that. I mean, that is it's very easy to just search that. If you look at the one conversation, you can see what your settings are, whether or not your messages will be retained or not, because Signal can be used as a messaging app without messages being deleted. So it just so happens that it's one of the apps that has the option for automatic deletion after a certain amount of time. So I guess my feeling is that I don't feel good about it.
I guess maybe something we need to discuss is a setting. Is that a public record?
I would argue it's in a way, it's a form of metadata.
Mm-hmm.
Because also it's a deletion of data, essentially. So, if you don't have records to provide, that may be due to the fact that you don't have them, or it may be due to the fact that you deleted them. In which case, it's a similar violation to one we had mentioned, where records shall be kept.
On the other hand, settings are easily changed, and what settings that exist on one day can be changed on another day, or even back and forth in a particular day. And there's not really any assurance that just because settings say that things aren't deleted, that they weren't previously deleted. And I don't know what we do about that.
And if I may add to this point, we have more than 300 employees who each has, different phones and other devices that they use. Which settings are we supposed to look at during what period of time? And is it for every single application that they have on their phone? Is it for personal email, even if, because sometimes people may use personal email for business? Where do you draw the line for a department that has hundreds of employees, each of whom, has their own privacy rights as well?
Member Neighbors, I see your hand raised.
And correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misunderstanding this, but our intent was certainly never to do a wide. We never wanted to instigate a search of 300 employees. We wanted to fulfill the request, the records request of District Attorney District Attorney Bedeen's messages, and because of the way that Signal works. We were not able to ascertain whether his messages were being deleted. And so our only recourse was to determine if they were on someone else's phone, because the mandate is that records shall be kept, right? And so I just want to clarify that we were not in any way intending to go through people's personal phones or mandate their settings, but a very particular highest ranking person in this office is using a messaging app that has a record deleting setting to it, and is kind of known for that setting. That's concerning to us. Because it doesn't give us the opportunity to determine if records are being kept or not.
And the request about settings was specifically about Signal and other messaging apps, and for conversations, for any conversations that included Chesa Boudin. So between him and anyone else in the department. I don't know whether that would include everyone in the department or some subset, but that's what the request was about. Members, how should we proceed here?
I don't mean to interrupt. This is Shane Andrews. I'm just wondering if I'll have an opportunity to speak to any of this.
Mr. Andrews, I will give you an opportunity to reflect on what we've learned today. Please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if you were going to say after we're done or now. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So just let me start with the fact that I think that based on the district attorney's statements and your follow-up questions, it's clear that they are in violation of the ordinance, and that this committee should refer it to the full task force to make that determination, and at the very least request again that the district attorney comply with this most recent request, because based on these statements, and this is often the problem, I've mentioned it before, the district attorney is not responding to Mr. Osley's original request, neither is it responding to your request as part of the last hearing. Instead, it is simply choosing the question that it wants to answer. If you listen to Mr. Campos's words carefully, he just said, well, we asked employees for anything relevant. Well, that's not his determination to make, and neither is it the employee's determination. As this committee just pointed out, it was a very specific request. The idea that 300 employees need to be searched, there's no basis for saying that. Even if there were a basis, as personal cell phones and devices used at work, this is not a new issue. And there are companies with thousands of employees who use their personal devices and have to deal with this exact issue. So certainly our government should be held to the same standard and should not be able to say, oh, well, we just don't know, particularly when I think it is bright line law inside and outside the Sunshine Ordinance that public employees who communicate public information related to their duties on personal emails or devices, that is responsive. And in particular, when you're dealing with an agency like the district attorney, a law enforcement agency, the law requires record retention. This isn't something that we have to create anew, either, through the ordinance's rules, through their own internal policies. This is something that, as an attorney, Mr. Campos surely knows, and that everyone in that office knows. And so the
Mr.
fact
Andrews,
that he's not answering your question is just more reason. There's no justification for
thank you. I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
If I may
Oh, okay.
respond
Well,
also.
then I'll just wrap it up by saying that the other thing is this conversation about metadata. First, if Mr. Campos isn't the tech-savvy person that he says he is not, then why is he here responding to questions about Signal on behalf of the district attorney? That's a question. The issue isn't metadata. The issue is the actual data and deletion of that data. That is, destroying evidence that may have existed, when these claims are filed, but ends up disappearing either through mistake or intent. And we'll never know. And at this point, what we do need to know is what happened. That's the basic ordinance says you are supposed to justify. Oh, that's another thing. He doesn't want to respond to your request to do the signal settings because of what? He doesn't even cite a law. He doesn't even say that that it's privileged, that it's a public record. He just says, well, it's not legally advisable. From who?
Well,
is it the city attorney telling him that?
I will ask him more questions. Mr. Campos, it sounded like you wanted to briefly respond to something, and then I want to discuss things with the committee members. But I'll give you a chance.
Yes, Madam Chair, I think that Mr. Andrews has made some pretty serious accusations about destruction of evidence. And, the thing about something as serious as that is that if you make that allegation, then you better have proof of that. We have given you every single document. And when I say relevant, is specifically responsive to the request of anything relating to Mr. Otley. That's the request that we have made of every one of our employees. And that's what we have given you. We have given you everything we have. The only thing that we haven't given you are the items that we withheld because they're subject to a privilege. Everything else we have given you. And so the idea that this DA is somehow hiding anything is simply not based on any evidence. And if you have proof of that, Mr. Andrews, then I would say submit it to Senate, either to this body or to the court, because we take our jobs and our responsibilities under the Sunshine Ordinance very seriously.
Mr. Campos, thank you. Member Neighbors, I see your hand up. I'm not sure if that's a new hand raise or if that was from before. So members, here's a challenge, and this is a challenge that we have encountered before. And, we ask departments to do searches, and on the whole, we are dependent upon them. We have to trust them when they say we've done a search and, we did the search that was requested. Now, we have gone back to departments and asked them to do new searches if the petitioner came to us with information that indicated that they specifically knew that information existed that wasn't being returned. For example, in cases where someone said, I made a request that it should have returned an email that I sent. I know that email exists and it's being withheld. Why are they withholding that? Or for other reasons where they, we've all been involved in cases where there were examples of that. At a certain point, though, we need to make a judgment call as to whether we think that our request was complied with. And it's very difficult if the petitioner may, I guess my question for you is, how do we decide at what point we think a search has been completed sufficiently? And I would say this is separate from the question about whether our request for settings on Signal is something that should be complied with, and that is a valid request. But so these two different things. Do you think our request regarding the settings was valid? And at what point do you think we should say we believe that our request for a search has been complied with and that there are no responsive records because there are no responsive records? I'd like to hear what you think.
I don't even know if it's a matter of believing or if it's a matter of accepting.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But,
right.
Right. So those are two very different things. And I think there is just a point at which, you know, we've asked the questions, we've gotten whatever it is that's tangible and material that we can see. What we can't see is stuff that doesn't exist, that may have been erased. We don't know if it ever existed, but we can't make a judgment or a ruling on those things. We can only make judgments and rulings on what we have, what is material, or what other evidence has been brought before us. So, you know, I in my mind, I think that's where we have to get comfortable, you know, and be able to do that. And
other thoughts or suggestions regarding the response that asking employees to deliver information about their settings, their signal settings, whether that's within our purview? I'm hearing someone who may not be on mute, who might want to put themselves on mute, because I hear a little bit of shouting in the background.
I suspect, I think, again, this would be something we might need to have our attorney take up. My instinct is it's not within our purview. If it's a very broad scale in terms of the settings. But I think it's important to continue discussing. I think it's important to continue documenting. And I think it's important to continue asking the questions, because this is going to, again, be one of those issues that's going to continue coming up. We're going to need to order or issue orders of determination, and we're going to need to build our own competency case by case. So that's all I got on that.
So it sounds like this might be another to the call of the chair, and we will be asking our deputy city attorney for guidance as to whether it's appropriate for us to request conversation settings on Signal and other apps on behalf of petitioners. And Mr. Andrews, I have another question, because this is all about compliance at this point. Actually, I want to confirm that. Yes, this is about compliance. Were there any other documents that you had requested that you have not yet received? I feel like at this point we had narrowed things down to this being the remaining information that had not been fully explored. And was there anything else that you were waiting for, or have we gotten to the bottom of this particular request?
So the request was for all communications to and from Mr. Boudin regarding Mr. Osley. The request was very clear that it was not limited to email. When Ms. Burke first responded, she said she searched email. There was no indication, confirmation, that there was a search of anything other than email. She did confirm that to the extent Signal was searched, it was only of Mr. Boudin's. And we already know the problem is that is not sufficient, particularly given the way the request was phrased. And so, no, there's the request has not been satisfied, because to the point about, well, we don't know if we're just supposed to accept the response, or we can only, we eventually just have to, accept what we have and trust. I don't think that is true, nor do I think there's any question about whether or not this committee was within its rights to ask for the Signal setting information. That was part and parcel of not responding in the first instance. Had they simply done what they were supposed to do, which was to look for communications to and from Mr. Boudin as specifically defined, not just email, but messaging apps and personal devices, etc., then the subsequent request for the signal settings would never have been required. So, what I'm having a problem with, again, is that, these requests that are originally submitted, as hearings go on and different people show up or say different things, the conversation shifts to some larger public policy argument or some, interesting area, maybe, albeit, but nevertheless, we start with the very basics. We submitted a request. They were obligated to respond, tell us why they didn't respond. That's the whole part of, did they provide substantial justification? Did they come to you and say, yeah, they showed us that they complied to the extent they did? Well, we already know they didn't, because that is what generated the second request. And now Mr. Campos comes in and says, he gives a speech essentially about how serious they take their responsibility, and yet you're talking about a department of 300 public officials, and they have no idea whether employees are running around doing work on cases with personal devices, and whether or not information is being destroyed. Mr. Campos, I would love an opportunity to present you with that evidence, but you are the public official holding it.
Well,
so if you would do your job, then I could then justify what I am saying in response.
I'm going to ask both of you to hold off. Mr. Campos, I want to ask you directly, because I think, we had initially made the request to Ms. Burke at our last meeting. And I think you said this, but I'm just going to ask you directly. So she had previously searched or a search was done on Mr. Boudin's email. Are you saying that how was the email of others in the search of email of others in the office conducted regarding communications to and from Chesa Boudin regarding Thomas Ostley? How did you complete that search?
And if I may, Madam Chair, we get requests for information all the time, and when we get a request for any and all information, we are mindful of the fact that it's not just email, it's text messages, it's any kind of communication. There is a record of that. And we have, in a number of cases, provided not just emails, but also text messages, because that's responsive to the request. What we did with respect to this request in the initial search was to look at Mr. Boudin's messages, devices, to see what, if anything, he had that was responsive to this specific request. We specifically asked all the people that he may have communicated with on the case to provide any information, any communication relating to Mr. Ostley, Mr. Andrus's client. And that's how we came across the emails that we withheld pursuant to the attorney-client privilege. Subsequent to this discussion in this committee and at the task force, there was a request to follow up on certain things. And there was additional requests made of the entire office to see if there's any communication that they have concerning Mr. Ostley. And that request was made. And when we made that request, it wasn't just email, but it was any text message, anything that is a communication pursuant to the Sunshine Ordinance. So that's what we have looked into. That's what we have requested our employees to provide us with. And that's why we have, the ability to say to you that we have done everything we possibly can, except for the issue of the settings, to respond to what you have asked us to. What the Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance do not require is that we create documents that do not exist. And, they can accuse us, Mr. Andrews can accuse us of whatever he wants, but at the end of the day, we take an oath to abide by the Constitution, to follow the charter of the city, and that's what we do. And we try to do that every day. And where we have disagreements as to what is required, we come to you and tell you we are withholding this information based on this, on this basis, and that's what we have done. But with respect to everything else, we have given you what we have.
Okay, and to be clear, anything that was withheld for attorney-client privilege was identified as being covered by attorney-client privilege at the time, or can you verify that anything that's being withheld for attorney-client privilege was attorney-client privilege when it was created?
Exactly. I think that's how the privilege works, right? You can't.
I just want to make sure. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, members.
I have one more question. I'm sorry. That I can direct to the committee. I won't engage Mr. Campos. I promise.
Okay. Thank you.
I just, again, because the ordinance and what I'm focused on is the limited withholding and justification, right? The explanation. Perhaps this committee could ask, since it was just said that the employees were asked for this information, how were employees asked? Because if there's a memo that could simply be shown to the committee members to say, yeah, this is what we did. We sent memo to all employees saying, please do this. That would certainly go a long way as far as credibility. But right now, again, that's not at least what I'm hearing.
That is an interesting question. I have to say, though, I don't think, and committee members, I would like to hear from you, but I don't think that's something that I have seen done on a regular basis where we request documentation of how requests are communicated to staff. Now, I suppose one could do a sunshine request requesting that, but I don't think it's the responsibility of the task force to do its own document request for something that was not part of a petitioner's request. But you know, it is possible that a member of the public could do that. So I don't think we would. I don't see us taking a further step on that front. I guess I'd like to know, committee members, though, if you think we should have some sort of motion to again seek a conference with our deputy city attorney regarding the request for settings information on Signal and other apps, and whether those were set to auto delete, and whether this would fall under the scope of metadata or whether this is something else entirely. Because even though we made that request, and I think we made that request, with good intention, I think we need some guidance as to whether we should continue to pursue getting that information from the district attorney's office. What are your thoughts on that?
This is Member Wong. Yeah, I think it's worth getting the advice whether or not it's related to this case.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that at this point, to the call of the chair, that this committee seek guidance from our deputy city attorney regarding our request to the district attorney's office to provide information about conversation settings on Signal and other messaging apps related specifically to this case, and whether whether it would be appropriate for us to continue pursuing that information that has not been provided to this point. Mr. Young, is that how it?
Paraphrase. I'm definitely going to ask you to repeat some of that.
Okay.
So the initial motion is to continue the matter to the call of the chair, and to request the SOTF DCA or
Provide guidance as to whether. Oh, sorry. Should I repeat it again, or would you? Okay.
Please proceed, and I'll try to paraphrase.
Yeah, we are seeking guidance as to whether it's appropriate for the task force to pursue a request for conversation settings on Signal and other messaging apps. We'd like to know if those could be construed as metadata for what could be considered public documents. Is that how we want to say it?
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll probably provide us with, because I think the metadata is one question, but just the use of them in terms of doing the people's business is another broader issue that perhaps there's some new findings on.
I think we already know that they shouldn't be using these, but people also use personal email and personal cell phones. It's not, you know, they've already been told that they shouldn't, yet they do. And so searches are conducted of these private devices for conversations and communications that would fall, you know, within public records. The question is whether our request for conversation settings, whether that's something that we have authority to request.
Okay. On that motion, is there any public comment on that motion?
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Could you repeat that? I was talking when the second spoke.
The second is member Neighbors. I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, you can proceed.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. Also, P.O. Box 17054, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We're not a party to this. We're not familiar with this other than what we have heard being discussed. I think there are some points to make. There's been a lot of talk, actually, on this item as well as on other items about the extreme details of how this or that software works, this or that app works, how this or that technology works. So let's get an overview. I don't know that this has been mentioned before. Section 67.29-7 certainly was mentioned earlier today. And the heading of that is correspondence and records shall be maintained. And what it says is the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and business-like manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposal, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. So it troubles me to hear that, well, we can't control, we can't check how people are keeping their things. It's kind of like saying if somebody has gotten a paper shredder and they happen to have it sitting on top of their wastebasket, we can't control if they just put their day's notes into the paper shredder. There is a duty to do the job in a professional way and to maintain records in a professional way. And that's an absolute obligation regardless of what the technology is. With respect to the question that I think the chair asked, and that is it appropriate to request documentation of how the request has been communicated to staff? Let me read you from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator's letter, standard letter to complainants. It says the so-and-so department has been named as a respondent, And it says the respondent is required to submit a written response to the allegations, including any and all supporting documents, recordings, electronic media, etc., the task force within 5 business days of this notice. It says please include the following information if your response if applicable. List all the relevant records with description of date the relevant records were provided to the complainant. 3, description of the method used along with any relevant search terms used to search for the relevant records. 4, statement declaration that all relevant documents have been provided, does not exist, or have been excluded. And finally, the copy of the original. So absolutely, the method of searching is certainly something that you could look into, see if there was compliance. So those are just some points for your consideration. Thank you.
Is there any other members of the public who wish to provide public comment at this time? I do not hear any additional public comment at this time. Would you like me to take a vote on the motion? You are muted, Member LaHood, Chair LaHood. Still muted.
My computer was lagging. The mute button disappeared. I appreciated the public comment. I think I like our motion, although I want to ask the committee members whether we should also, we would also like to ask Mr. Campos to provide a copy of the request that was sent to staff in order to comply, or if you do you think that would be helpful or not necessary? What are your thoughts?
Sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
Yes, the question is, should we ask the district attorney's office to send us a copy of the request that was sent out to staff in order to comply with with the document search for this case?
This is Member Wong. To be honest, I mean, that feels like a little bit of reaching on the part of both the task force and this committee.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's, yeah, at some point there's a certain amount of trust and or acceptance that needs to happen as part of normal procedures.
Yeah, I don't question Mr. Campos and that the question was asked of the staff, or that he issued that memo. So I don't feel any need to double check it.
Okay, so it sounds like our question going forward, we are focusing on the conversation settings and to determine we are focusing on talking to our deputy city attorney to see whether investigating conversation settings on Signal and other messaging apps to determine whether messages are perhaps being automatically, not even necessarily just automatically deleted, whether that is something that we may request, that we have the authority to request. Yeah, I think we should move forward with this at this time. Again, this is the Compliance and Amendments Committee. So if there's a compliance issue that later comes up, we are always available to review compliance with our orders of determination. Mr. Young, let's call the vote.
Yes. On the motion to continue the matter to the call of the chair and to request information from VCA. On that motion, Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Neighbors, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Wong, aye. Chair LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. The motion passes without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews, Mr. Campos. We appreciate your participation. We will follow up with you after we've had a chance to do additional research.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Next item, please.
Next item. Announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Well, committee, I have assigned us many questions to seek guidance on, and I kept a list. So, and I think this is going to be helpful in the long run, especially the thing about attorney-client privilege keeps coming up, and I know Chair Wolf wanted us to, since we are intensely interested in this, to do some additional research and talk to our deputy city attorneys. We have 2 working with us now. Just so we have a better sense of how we should be applying this, and then perhaps have a memo that we can share with the rest of the task force, because this just keeps coming up. As long as we're going to be seeking information, are there any other issues that you would like us to consider for discussion at future meetings? I know we shouldn't get into a whole conversation since this is not about, things aren't on the agenda, but are there any topics that you think that this committee should consider further down the line?
This is Member Wong. Nothing comes to mind currently, but I'm sure there will be things that we think of.
And this is member neighbors. I'm sure there'll be no end to the things that we'll think of, but it feels like we've got a good running start on the most immediate concerns.
Yes. So on that note, is there any public comment on this final item? Or actually, I think everyone knows what we're going to be considering. I'm going to be asking for advice regarding whether we can reconsider jurisdiction in the Sullivan case. We're going to be asking for advice on attorney-client privilege. We're going to be asking about whether the conversation settings on Signal and messaging apps are something that we can appropriately request. And I think that's it at this point. So just as a final, Mr. Young, let's open it up for public comment one last time.
Yes, are there any members of the public who wish to provide public comment at this time?
Yes, please.
Please proceed.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117. I think all of the questions you're asking are excellent. All of the research that I hope you will do is excellent and would be very enlightening for everybody in the task force and as well in the public. There are 2 things that you might, in addition, look into for future that you may not know about or think about at this moment. And that is Section 67.30 of the Sunshine Task Force says, the Sunshine Task Force shall, at its request, have assigned to it an attorney from within the city attorney's office or other appropriate city office. And basically, I'm wondering what happened to the city attorney who used to sit with you and be available right at these meetings, I believe at the committee meetings as well. That seems to have disappeared since the last sort of time I was actively involved with Sunshine, and I certainly think that's something that would be appropriate for there to be an explanation of, or for you to make that request. You might also request the support of the clerk, which is also in Section 67.30 or beyond. There seem to be, there seems to be, the clerk is supposed to provide somebody full-time, as I understand it, and also to provide the necessary support. With respect to another topic, technology is making things, in some respects, harder and harder for ordinary folks to even understand what's going on. If you were to make a request of a certain agency, and then there arrived a package in the shape of a pizza coming from Disneyland, and it even had some kind of commercial offer on the cover, on the front of it, I think you would be appropriately either suspicious, or you might just say, forget it, I didn't order a pizza from Disneyland, take it back. But that's exactly what's happening with next requests. You send something to somebody in the city, and then there comes something back with a completely obscure email address that ends in .com, and that doesn't refer to the specific request you've made, doesn't refer to who you made it to, or who the answer is coming from. We have made requests where there's numbers associated with the request, and those are not included, and basically have simply not opened it. In addition, we found that if you did click on something from Next Request, then you had to agree to a bunch of conditions, privacy conditions, possibly terms of service, and so on and so forth, which are an unacceptable cost. Next Request, I think you've done some work on. I think it needs to be reviewed as to whether it's even tolerable as any kind of a response to an information request. Citywide, it seems to be getting adopted slowly, but nonetheless by certain departments. That would be something to look into and to make public your findings. Thanks very much.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to provide public comment at this time? Hearing no additional public comment, I believe we can close public comment.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Warfield. We appreciate your comments. Next agenda item.
There being no further business, I believe we can adjourn this meeting.
Would someone like to motion to adjourn?
This is Member Neighbors. I move we adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Member Wong here, seconded.
Okay, I think we'll take that by acclamation. Thank you, everyone. Victor, thank you for your help today. We really appreciate it. And see you all at the full task force.